I request everyone to please be seated for the सुबह के हौसलों को एहसास सुनाई जाती है जो दरअसल इन उनकी हिस्से मंजिल चल जाती है रुकना है मुसाफिर रुकना है मुसाफिर हर नई सुबह फिर एक नई पहचान लाती है फिर एक नई पहचान Good morning, everyone. Gather today, distinguished guests, reverend dignitaries, respected colleagues, and dear participants. It is my utmost honor to welcome you all to this one-day conference on shaping the future of aging, challenges, solutions, and opportunities in an aging world. Organized jointly by the Department of Social Work at the Bhopal School of Social Sciences and Madhya Pradesh Rajniti Ayog. Dear all, the phenomenon of aging has taken the most remarkable turn this decade. With a striking shift in population demographics, many countries in the world have experienced what we call as population aging. India, with the world's second largest population of the elderly and an increasing life expectancy rate, will project a 20% elderly population by 2050, says 2023 UNFPA report. This has raised a vivid debate in the field of gerontology and geriatrics today to prepare for a more inclusive and elderly-centered world for tomorrow. Dear all, this one-day conference seeks to address these very implications of the onsetting demographic transitions and strives to raise a rich academic debate over the same. I, Himali Sahu, President, Professional Social Work Student Association, would like to take this opportunity to welcome you all and everyone who is joining us online today. And let us congratulate each one of us sitting here with a huge round of applause for the new beginning we are thrilled to embark on. Dear all, today we all are brought together by our shared pursuit of knowledge, dignity, and enlightenment. And as we walk on this path, let us invoke the greatest pursuit of all, Tamso Manjul from darkness to light. Now, we shall begin with the lighting of the ceremonial lamp. I invite our dignitaries to the stage for this auspicious lamp. शुभम करोति कल्याणम आरोग्यम संपदा शत्रुबुद्धि विनाशाय दीर्घज्योतिर्नमः. Salutations to the light of the lamp, which brings auspiciousness, health, and prosperity, which destroys the negative feelings, salvation, and dislike. Dear guests, today we are blessed with the solicit presence of our esteemed Principal Secretary Madam and our agents, and we feel nothing but pride to have you all with us today. And speaking of which, we here at the SSS Bhopal take immense happiness in welcoming our guests, and more so because of the unique tradition of including our guests in our company. through our noble initiative of Dave Aharan, our this kind vision of our esteemed principal, Dr. Panjong Piche, started in 2018, wherein daily at 5 a.m. we prepare fresh food and distribute the food packets to the patients and family members of those ailing in King's Hospital, all prepared and smoothly done with love and prayers, and with the help of our student volunteers. Dear ma'am, I would like to bring this to your kind knowledge that instead of presenting a bouquet to our guests, this money is channelized to fund this noble act of the Mahani, which now, ma'am and sir, you as well are a part of. Let's have a huge round of applause, everyone, and let's join our hearts together for this call. I would bless the day one. Ahora is a social initiative of the Defense, and the contribution at the start, students and well-wishers has been overwhelming. Every guest who has entered our college has become a part of this noble cause. By doing away with the custom of giving bouquets, we have made our guests a part of this social enterprise. It has generated interest amongst the student community, and their regularity is a proof in itself. It has emerged as one of the best practices of our institution out of the classroom learning, through which we have relentlessly aimed at providing a one-time meal for more than 250 outpatients and caretakers of aides. Ladies and gentlemen, envisioning this day was not possible without the thorough guidance and blessings of our elder principal. His words are our guiding light, and his presence our support. Our visionary are leader, but most of all, our fitting example of social to us. It is my pleasure to invite Dr. College on teaching, principal of the Global School of Social Practice, to formally welcome you. Our esteemed guest, Mr. Larry Hayes, and Dr. Abraham Francis, the other dignitaries present here, the students and staff from Karnataka University who have come on an exchange, members of the staff and students. I'm happy that we are connected with the guests today. Our chief guest is a parent, and Mr. Abraham, Dr. Abraham is my father. We studied together in the same college years back. When I say I'm 62, people say, "Oh, father, it's a question of it's just a number." But I know the pain I go through. That we are aging. It's a fact, reality. We should accept gracefully. Then they say, "Oh, father, you know must go gracefully." Oh, wonderful. Advices are always very strong and useful. But accepting the fact is the challenge that faces us as we grow on in age. So today, if we are to think and reflect on ways that we can make aged happy, engaged in the capacities that they can and the areas they can work in, I think that is the success story of college. How to be healthy, how to be engaged, how to be protective, how to be useful, and how to be happy. So I'm happy that the social work department, you know,
with the Rajniti Ayog come out with such a noble discussion workshop to abstract ways and also to extract methods that we can keep people occupied, encouraged, old age. And we have people who have, I think, engaged in these areas of social society with Rajniti Ayog and also Dr. Abraham from a renowned university in Australia, and also our other panelists who are present here with us. Now we are extremely happy that you are with us and accepted our invitation to be the chief guest on this occasion that is relevant to the society of today. Because old people feel lonely and we need to get themselves happy. Thank you for obliging and being present with us today. I'm meeting my friend after 30 years, and it was a pleasant surprise and meeting with whom I have lived with. And I'm also happy that he's so well placed in a country like Australia, the University of Rotterdam, a well noted university in the country, and he is contributing towards research and training. We are happy, Dr. Abraham, that you have obliged and are with us today for this workshop. To all the panelists, all of you students, our guests, and also of the department, thank you for being with us in this inaugural. A special word of appreciation and congratulations to the department headed by Mr. Ludwig Wende. God bless you.
Thank you, Father. They also what's bodies. They wrote me, we are also blessed with the humble presence of Dr. Sister Sonia Kuriev, Vice Principal of School of Social Sciences. She is a keen researcher, a wonderful teacher, and has more than 2 decades of experience in the unit. We welcome you, sister. Can we have a huge round of applause? Dear since Madam Principal Secretary has to attend an urgent meeting, allow me to introduce her to you. Miss Sonali Bonshivayakankar, an Indian Administrative Service Officer of the 2000 batch from the Madhya Pradesh cadre. The Honorable Principal Secretary, Social Justice and Empowerment of Persons with Disability Department. It is an absolute honor, ma'am, to welcome you here amidst today. A distinguished civil servant with an exceptional career in public service. A gold medalist in civil engineering from Pune University. Ma'am has a double master's degree in economics and political science. Currently serving as the principal secretary to the Social Justice Department, Government of Madhya Pradesh. She has held key leadership positions including Commissioner of Tribal Development, Collector of multiple districts, and Director at the RCB Inaugural Academy. Her dedication to social welfare is evident in her impactful work, which has earned ma'am the CA Excellence Award for her efforts in improving Anganwadis and combating malnutrition. With such deep passion for policy, development, and social justice, Madam Principal Secretary continues to drive meaningful change for the most vulnerable populations. And today, ma'am, you've joined us taking out time from a very busy schedule. We are deeply thankful to you. Ma'am, with this, I would like to invite you to the dais. Very warm good morning to you all. Dignitaries on dais, uh, Father Abraham, Professor Abraham Francis, Father John, Sister Sonia, and the faculty members here, uh, Amiya Shankarji from Niti Aayog, the dear students from Karnataka University, and all the participants present here. Uh, First of all, I would like to congratulate Father for very nice initiative. The Devahar concept, it's a learning for me also. And it's very good that you're saving money on useless things and using it properly to feed the patients every day. Very nice initiative. Uh, and also, I would like to thank Niti Aayog and the college and Professor Gandhi also, it's your department that taking initiative in choosing a topic. I mean, I was wondering for a bit because taking the topic of aging and all, when I have to talk in front of the students mostly. So I was just thinking how they would be able to relate to the topic. But yeah, it's there. Some or the other point of the time, we all have to be senior citizens. We all have to go to that 60 plus. I think only the lucky people they go to 60 plus category. So yeah, those who have a long life, they only get go to 60 plus category. So I think Father John's claim is wrong. I mean, you must you must think that you are lucky because you have got 60. Huh? Many of those who face some unfortunate incident, they go to 60 also. So yeah, and about our department, the Department of Social Justice and Empowerment of Person with Disabilities. So we are basically running schemes related to senior citizens, then Divyangajan, beggars, transgenders, and also drug addicts. So you can see this is the population which is most vulnerable, most needy, and in this department, we get an opportunity to serve uh, the person sitting in the last row, in Gandhiji's words. So, I would like to start with recent judgment, which is given by Honorable Supreme Court. The judgment in the Maintenance of Parents and Senior Citizens Act 2007. So, the appellant was mother of the respondent's son. The mother had purchased the property in 1968, and then in 2019 she executed a gift deed in favor of the respondent's son, and the deed was registered in 2019, and on the same day allegedly the respondent executed a vachan patra, a promissory note, committing to take care of the appellant for the lifetime in lieu of the property. But then he did not keep his promise, and the mother was neglected and all. And so the case was going on in this Maintenance of Elderly People Act. And then High Court refused to evict the sons. But finally, the Supreme Court has given the judgment in favor of the mother, and its words. The reporting is that Supreme Court has lamented the erosion of family values, emphasizing that while India upholds the philosophy of Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam, the idea that entire world is one family, but the country now struggles to maintain unity even with immediate families. The mother, father, they are the immediate family. So the very concept of family is being eroded, and we are on the brink of one person, one family. So, in this context, this is exactly the case depicting what are the challenges which the aged people face. So, I thought since this was just past a few days before, I would bring to your notice. So, if you look at this number of senior citizens, the total of the out of total senior citizens of the world, 12.5% senior citizens reside in India. And according to the census 2011, Madhya Pradesh has 57 lakh citizens. 57 lakh citizens. I'll just join shortly. I will attend one high court hearing and come back. Please excuse me. I'll be back. Sorry for the interruption. Madam had joined us in a very busy schedule, and we thank her for that. So moving ahead, I would now like to invite onto the stage Dr. Ritwik J. Gandhi, Head of the Department of Social Work and convener of this conference. Sir has a bag full of experience in field and researches in the social sector. Sir, may I please request you to steer us further by throwing some light on the conference.
Thank you, Himali. Uh, Respected members on the dais, uh, Principal Secretary Sundari Ma'am, um, keynote speaker Professor Abraham B. Francis from Notre Dame University, Australia, Principal of this esteemed institution, Dr. Father John P.J., and Vice Principal Dr. Sister Sonia, my faculty colleagues and dear students from the Department of Social Work, as well as from the University of Toronto. Uh, as Father Principal said the tone of the conference, and as was Madam suggesting, the things that are evolving. Here are the two basic, uh, you know, fundamentals on which we, as a department, thought of conducting this conference. So basically, these two fundamentals are the two pyramids are changing. One is population pyramid, and second one is the value pyramid in the society. So we have been thinking constantly about it. There are people among us and in our academic fraternity who constantly research and study on issues pertaining to aging. They also had the similar view. And what is happening is that International Institute of Population Sciences (IIPS) Mumbai has already predicted that India, which is considered to be a young nation now, is going to be an old nation, obviously, after a few decades. So one of the key statistics is that they are saying that population share of the people of age 60 and above is going to increase by one-fifth of the whole population of India by 2050. Similarly, WHO is also predicting that by 2046, in India alone, that is in South Asia, they are saying, in South Asia alone, the number of aged people will outnumber the children by 2000. So if you see the pyramid is changing, the bottom, which is more of a young people, is going to shrink, and the top, which is of aged people, is going to enlarge. That is one change that we are obviously going to observe in a few decades from now, a couple of decades from now. The second thing is the value system is changing, like what Madam was also highlighting. We are no more a kind of a society which is very much concerned because of so many reasons of dedicating ourselves to compromising so many things to just for the sake of the care of the world. At the same time, I don't know for what reasons, it may be a topic for the researchers to study, that in India, traditionally, in many parts, we have not been so very professional with the care of the old age. we have always been connected with somewhere with the value system, religious values, values of the culture and all. So it's a very cross-cultural issue. We took cognizance of this issue that it involves a lot of things: anthropology, sociological aspects, then population aspects, and social work, obviously. So it and family system, everything. So we thought of then conducting a dialogue, a national level dialogue, which can actually provide a foundation or a basis or a platform or podium to all the young scholars, students, academicians, thinkers, policy makers to discuss and derive something out of various schemes that we have developed for this conference. So today exactly that is going to take place, and we are very proud to have registered more than 400 participants of this workshop who are going to get connected with us through various means online, and hope that we find something fruitful out of the discussions during the day. And we again, we actually begin with Abraham sir with this. Sir will also throw some lyrics. So this is about the conference. Thank you very much. And we are working.
Beautiful, sir, for making us aware of the dichotomy between people, population, and value pyramid, and the professional call towards it. Ladies and gentlemen, it is the time to call our esteemed keynote speaker to the stage, Professor Abraham P. Francis, the discipline lead for social work at the University of Notre Dame, Australia. Professor Francis is an internationally recognized expert in mental health social work, known for his pioneering work on strength-based practice. His vast research interests span across community development, criminal justice, international social work, and gerontological social work. With a rich academic background, including his previous role as associate professor at James Cook University, Sir has contributed immensely to both the academic and the practical dimensions of social work. Please join me in welcoming Professor Abraham P. Francis to the stage. Please.
Very good morning to all of you. Good morning. Fantastic. So my name is Abraham, and I'm really delighted and happy to be here this morning. Thank you for those kind words of introduction. Uh, I had planned a lot of things, but being connected to an organization and seeing your friend after 30 years, brings a lot of memories. Thank you, Father, joining, taking me around and showing the growth. And he has been an incredible visionary leader who has actually taken this institute to a five-star level. Maybe I could have more stars. Um, I remember him for many, many things that he has done to my life as well. I know it's not about Abraham and Father Johnny, but I think I have to say this. That I think I have always admired his enthusiasm. I was always admired the way he used to speak and convince people. He is very eloquent. He speaks Hindi in such a way that I was carried away by, and I just look at him and said, "Sir, he speaks so beautifully, doesn't he?" So I always say to myself, he has been an eloquent speaker, especially in Hindi, speaking Hindi. People come from Kerala and then trying to learn a language. The early days of our engagement, that's me, I remember all the time. And he did actually put, he used to call it the nickname, which I'm not going to say now. But anyway, so it's been a wonderful experience for me to have had this association with Father Julie. Um, I studied social work here. right? And you come to an institution after 30 years and you see the changes. It really makes you think, things have grown, things have moved on. So I want to really congratulate BSS, especially Father Tony, for making this institution to an international level. Wonderful work. I'm proud to say that I'm the alumnus of this BSS social work program. So thank you. Now, because I am from this institution, I really wanted to say to you, it's a fantastic place to study. Not because it's easy, right? I'm just saying to myself, this is a place where I learned the basics of social work. I remember my teachers at this moment. Few of them I can't recollect everyone, but I remember, I think, Sister Faustina, who used to teach us social work, Dr. Chawla, and then we have Dr. Srivastava, who used to teach us sociology. And we had a Dr. Galas, who's a psychologist. And we have Dr. Mishra, who has actually taught me. And I don't know whether he's here on campus. So I recollect, I really pay my appreciation to all those wonderful teachers who have contributed to my growth, my learning, and advancing my career. Um, Thank you. With that note, I want to get into our now, I'm a researcher, right? So I'm going to be talking from a research lens and to see how this particular topic can lead to further research initiatives and bring answers to the challenges that we face in our day. That is my. So he has put forward a question. Yes, aging is an issue, but aging gracefully is also an important matter to be thought of. So I'm going to touch on some of those factors and showcase three links. One that is happening in India, one that is happening around the world, and one that is happening in Australia. And see what are the things that we can learn and do things in our context. And I really believe that action speaks louder than words. And thank you for initiating such a wonderful gesture with our heart. And I will take that message to some of the colleges where I do. I'm sure this will have a multiple effects in those places as well. So, showcasing some wonderful case studies would be a great thing. And I will be writing on this as well. So, thank you. Please let me know the time because I could keep on talking. I have 35 slides to get through. But I want to make those connections. So, next one. Yeah, so in Australia, before we start any program, we acknowledge the country. The same thing that I did. I acknowledge my teachers, I acknowledge my colleagues here, I acknowledge all of you, your presence. So that's something we can learn, cross-cultural learning, right? So in Australia, we say we acknowledge the country, we acknowledge the people of world. And so that's an acknowledgement that we can learn to, for our own understanding. Does it work? Yeah. So the overview is this. It's a very long slide, but I have just underlined few things. Just for you to, I'm talking from an academic, right? So as a researcher. So please be with me. I'm a teacher, I'm an academic, and a researcher. The point is, there is a problem, and you don't mind. How do we address that problem? And address it from an international perspective and learn lessons and also adapt strategies to implement. That's my focus. So people worldwide are living longer. That's the one thing. Number two, by 2030, 1 in 6 people in the world will be aged over 60 years. I will also be included in that. Right? Now, while this, so there's a shift in the distribution of a country's population towards older ages. The population is aging. So that's a fact. What's the next one? By 2050, two-thirds of the world's population over 60 years will live in a low and middle income countries. So that is a concern for us. Is the point out clear? Very clear. We are all moving towards that direction. If that's the case, what is happening in Indian cities? That's the worldwide. In India, there is a rapid growth. The elderly population in India is growing. And we know that's the reason we have kept this government. But there are regional variations, right? That is another point for us to think about. The southern and western regions of India, particularly states like Kerala, Tamil Nadu, have the highest proportions of elderly people. Now, these regions also see more elderly individuals living alone. That is the point for us to address. Okay, you can read those reports. This slides will be available. Now, from an Australian context, as of June 2020, there were approximately 4.2 million Australians aged 65, making up 16% of the total population. And the projection is that it will increase. So the point is that we are increasing. The population trend is moving up. So did you know 24.8 billion was spent towards this? Now, those of you studying this subject need to look at from a social policy perspective. What is the percentage of GDP that we spend on this? More than 1.5 million people receive aged care services in Australia. And then 2 out of 3 people receive aged care service access, they access the service from home, which means people come to their home and provide services. So that is what just a general uh, introduction. Now, this is where I think I relate to what Father Johnny said. Aging gracefully. So we have a different way of looking at it. The older adult population can be divided into 3 stage categories, right? The young old. So should I call you young old? That's approximately 65 to 70 years old, but not, you're not there yet, right? So the middle old, that is 75 to 85 years old, and then the old, right, which is over 85 years. Now, the kind of services that we provide, home care package program, this is where social workers are employed by the government to do the assessments of the older people and see what kind of services are required. Then there is Commonwealth Home Support Program, and then single assessment system for the aged care. So this society and the structure is such that access help. So structure, policies, and implementation. And there are trained people to actually work with all people. Social workers do work with all people. It's a multidisciplinary perspective that helps people and the society. So that's the Australian perspective, right? Now I want to ask you one thing. All the people are facing multiple issues. Please raise your hands if you know someone or facing a challenge. Someone who is facing a challenge. It's just important for us to think about, right? Yeah, thank you. You're raising your hand. Now, ask yourself, what kind of problem is that? And Father said something else. I'm 16. I know what I'm going through. Right? Exactly, isn't it? I'm just trying to make it as a fun as well. Just to have this conversation going. So maybe people are not able to talk about it. So there's so much of stigma around this. So the issue is how can we destigmatize this? Number one. Number two, how we can depoliticize this aspect. And the third one would be demystify. Because there are so many terms and jargons used to describe those issues. So ask yourself this question: do I have a solution to the problems that I see? There are many health issues, chronic illness and mental health issues. All these issues are there. I could go on and see them, but I think as students, it's probably good to make a note of this health issue. That's one. What are they? And you can actually specialize and say, because these conversations will lead you to some action. If you're interested in addressing the health issues of an older people, then take it as a research agenda. Don't couple with everything. So this is your focus, right? The second one is economic challenges that they face. I think the madam was referring to, the financial stability, because when people get older, they are not really properly looked after. Their property has been assigned to their family or some. Yeah, so that's the area where we need to look at income security, social isolation, loneliness, accessibility, all these. But that's not my point. My point is about caregiving. That is an area where I think social work and multidisciplinary professionals need to keep a lot of attention to. Ageism, that's another terminology. How we use reduced opportunities in employment and community participation. Whereas in Australia, there is no specific retirement age. You know, you can work, but then usually people prefer to retire at the age of 65 because That's where they can access other benefits. But then still they keep continuing in the workforce. There are people who are working with me. Do you know one of my students who just graduated with a PhD just last week? He's 75 years old. So finding purpose even after retirement is something. She was a director of a big organization and she thought, I need to do something, right? And then she came and did a PhD. So we feel that we cannot do this. I think there are possibilities. Having those conversations is important. So I invite you all, therefore, to train your inquisitive mind, right? Why? Why is it important? Because as students, as practitioners and researchers, we have a problem to tackle. And we have to tackle that from a scientific point of view, right? One of the greatest problems we face today is to how to adjust our way of thinking to meet the challenges of an increasingly complex, rapidly changing, unpredictable world. Therefore, we must rethink our way of organizing knowledge. This is a challenge. This is the way we have to reshape, revisit, rephrase the thinking processes. And academic institutions such as this, having this kind of conversation, lead these young minds to explore those possibilities, for which you need to have that open mind. Okay? Are you all with me? Wonderful. Yeah, so what is the next one? I would like to introduce you all to a theory called theory U. Have you come across this theory? Anybody in this room? Theory use fantastic. So theory use you offers another way for leaders to think differently. The theory you offers a transformative pathway for organizations that aim to make a real difference in their communities. It challenges leaders to listen deeply, act courageously, and collaborate with empathy and intentionality. Therefore, it asks you to suspend all your judgment, asks you to get out of your voice of cynicism. Because you want to do something new, others will go, yeah, क्यों कर रहे हैं हमें किया है कुछ फायदा नहीं है. Why do you want to do it? It's a voice of cynicism. And then this another way, oh, can I do this? Because I'm not competent. So there's that fear. Anyway, this is something that probably you would like to ask you all to read and think about how you have an open will, open heart, and open mind that will take your job to a higher level. So the key message of this particular book is about this is what I want to highlight, right? To counter the challenges of tomorrow, we are already facing challenges now, right? Future leaders cannot simply learn from the past, right? They must learn from the future as it emerges. And this means that they need to tap into their blind spot, the source of all their creativity, where their past and future selves meet. This is an incredibly challenging proposition, but I will open it for you to think about it. So I said, have an open mind, but there is a theory behind it, and that theory helps you to unpack those things. So it is in this context I want to bring the idea of ecology of care. So this is an area of research. This is an area of public policy. I remember three things I mentioned: destigmatize, depoliticize, and demystify. So, ecology of care. The concept of care refers to these interconnected systems and environments that support caregiving and receiving. Right? So, it encompasses the relationships and interactions between the caregivers, care recipients, and broader community. I'm sure you can read this. But the point that I want to drive home is this. It actually came from an interdisciplinary research agenda. It happened in 2002. A few scholars coming together, and then they developed this. Put simply this: an ecology of care means caring for our home and everyone within it. And how beautifully this has been portrayed in a simple sentence. But there's so much work to be done, right? Okay, it is in this context I can bring the concept of collective flourishing. Okay, I've been talking to Harvard and Cambridge and other universities. This is something that I have started. Flourishing is very important. Everybody's flourishing, but can collectively be flourished. So I'm trying to link all these thoughts together as a care economy, ecology of care. Could we do this from a collective perspective? So I want you to think. So collective flourishing. Yesterday I was talking to a group of psychology professors in Christ Bangalore, sorry, Christ Ghaziabad, and I said, how do we translate this collective flourishing into Hindi? Okay, is there anyone who can actually translate collective flourishing to Hindi? They will be awarded. Anyway, the point is just to have this conversation, collective flourishing, isn't it? So one of the psychology professors told me, in our culture, when we get married and we go to the elder people who ashirwad karte hain, and they use the term follow follow. Have you heard this? Yes, yes, yes. Isn't it? Exactly, follow follow. And there are so many things that we have to use in our lives, which is not even actually recognized, accepted, or used, isn't it? What the significance of Falun is what I'm talking about collective flourishing, that I'm talking from a Western perspective, right? But we have it here. So we need to celebrate what we have and more research on those. Am I making sense to you all? I just want. Yeah. Okay. So care economy. What is care economy? The care economy includes all paid and unpaid work related to caregiving. This sector is crucial for societal well-being and economic stability. Key components of the care economy. You understand what is care economy? This is an area where we spend a lot of our energy, a lot of our enthusiasm in helping people. But it has not been appearing on the public scenario or even social policy. So the care economy is a big industry. It has been addressed properly. I really wanted to share this with from the IAS perspective. That's why I put this because if government recognizes this as an important area, the care economy as an industry, then there will be a lot of changes that will happen. This is an area of PhD. This is an area of research. Further research for those of you who are interested in working with. Okay. So paid work and unpaid work. How am I going with my time? So just need to, yeah. I have a lot of stuff, but I just don't want to confuse you. But I see it as a keynote, which means I really need to share a few things and challenge some of your assumptions and thinking and to see what could be done. So the importance of the healthcare as a care economy is about economic growth. It could be an interdisciplinary study. Dr. Poonam Gulai is here. My friend from Delhi University, and we've been working on. And why we think about these kind of intersections of moving away from disciplinary binaries and then working towards the agenda, the problem. But we need to bring people together. And I think follow is a fantastic formula that can attract many people. You need a geriatric specialist, you need nurses, you need OTs, you need people from allied health. That's very important. Anyway, so that's something that I've been thinking about. So social equity, quality of life, and there are some challenges and opportunities that this particular model offers. So, the scope of the care economy in India will be specific to Indian context. The care economy in India is a vital yet often underappreciated sector that encompasses both paid and unpaid care. This includes childcare, elder care, healthcare, domestic work, and working for all people. The sector is crucial for the socio-economic landscape of the country, with significant potential for job creation and economic development. Now, we always complain, social workers, that we don't get good jobs, we don't have a good income. We keep on complaining, isn't it? But have you ever thought of this as a way of creating more employment in the sector? You're all young people sitting here looking for a drink and cry. And our culture has actually taught us that. Our family system, our, uh, joint family system. That's why I think we have thrived. I'm not saying it's a literature and it's the evidence. And that's the story of the people in this country. So we cannot bypass that, isn't it? It's wonderful to and just to come here and talk about this. Because I can see the Western perspective as well. But I see there's so much wonderful things that are happening here, which we are not even showcasing. We are undervaluing what we do here in this country. So for those of your students, researchers, write about it, discuss about it. Talk about fellow people. Why is it important in our society? And I get really carried away with all these things, but the importance of geriatric care and critical role of social. That's another area of expertise. Shaping the future. I like the topic, shaping the future. Now, we would have had two, three, people who were older in our panel to talk and listen to them, new experience. That may be another conversation. But having their voices included in the discussion is very important. New experience as a researcher. So I have a dream, and I'm going to share that with PSS, and I'm going to share it with my father. He said, I don't want, I'm tired, but I think you're not tired. This is not that we can do. This is a website that I want to share with you. This is can you just show that? So in 2 minutes, it works. I don't know if you can take it. It's not a bottom clock, residential care, right? There are many in Australia. There are many. I'm only just using one because I have worked with these organizations to place students there. Look at the facilities, infrastructure that has been created, and organizations working in this area. There are many organizations. Okay, I'm only picking one just to share with you. Their roads have been changed. The design of the building in such a way that it's like easy access. So we, as for field makers, we think about how can we make an environment that is conducive, an environment that can be really strength focused. So when I go to these places, I always wonder what is it actually stops us from having some of these things in office? Because we are all wanting to have happiness in our lives, right? And happiness comes from very many sources. But infrastructure is something that really adds value to those discussions. Maybe we saw that. Um, so I had a few of my social work students placed in this institutions. It's called Walking Club. It's there. Walking Club Research Institute. And the students who go there, they work with older people. And amazingly, I happened to meet an older person who's 102 years old. He's still there. And then my student and myself went to this place and I asked him, do you remember John? He was just reading it. I said, I can't remember too well, but I know you're here. And can I hold your hand? And he said, yes, please do hold. Gentle conversations. And he said, do you know I have fought in the war? And then he will open the, I'm using different accent, but I'm just saying, that's how they speak. And he's quite mesmerizing. He said, simple words. He said, look at that angle. That's my family. That's my son. He is my grandmother. And the room is filled with books and he says, this is my work. And welcome to my work. I'm 102 years old, but I can still talk. Come and I think, that is the kind of engagement we expect from our sessions. How caring they are. So we call it as caring professions. And some of our students, this Boston Law Research Institute, they actually send the students and they create the stories of this problem. And they publish it with permission from the people. So my dream is this: could BSS take it as a I don't want to call it a challenge, but I take it as an opportunity to turn around these conversations into a meaningful reality, creating a positive aging research institute. They established an institute to lead the way in a positive, aging, enabling, celebrating, and supporting the older people to live full, happy, and healthy lives. A positive aging research institute. Maybe it's a conversation with the company. Maybe it's a conversation with the philanthropist. Bring everybody together. Have an outcome of this deliberation. Put it as an agenda because you can't just talk and understand the issue. You need to act on it. So I would be more than happy to collaborate with you to actually help you support this research. to move. So that's the Aging Institute. And what next? So let me conclude here. I don't want to take much of your time now. Yeah. Let me conclude here with a last sentence here. As an African proverb says, if you light a lamp for someone, it will also brighten your own path. Our collective efforts to uplift one another ultimately illuminate the way forward for all of us. And I think that with that note, I thank you so much for the question listening. Once again, thank you for joining. I also want to really thank Latik and Dr. Shiva for following up with me with lots of email conversations and for making this possible for me as well to be here. I'm indeed delighted. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Professor, for giving us insights into ensuring a graceful life for our aging population. Destigmatizing, demystifying, and depoliticizing the challenges concerned for us. Since Madam Principal Secretary is back with us, Madam, would you like to continue with the talk, please? Yeah.
Thank you for giving me opportunity once again. Uh, Sorry, I had to rush for the High Court's hearing. So yeah, I won't bore you by repeating what was said earlier. I can see Madam Samskruti Khare. Good to see you here and all the dignitaries on dais and faculty members, all the participants. I was giving you some numbers of the aged people. So Madhya Pradesh has 57 lakh citizens aged 60 years and above as per census of 2011. And by 2030, 12% of country's population will be senior citizens. And according to one estimate, by the year 2050, almost 20% of the population will be senior citizens. So, the example which I gave you, which Honorable Supreme Court also pointed out that our values they are eroding and everything. So earlier, what used to happen is agriculture was the main resource and main source of living, and it supported joint families because everyone staying together and working on the land, etc., and the related activities. But now, as the economy is growing and we are diversifying, so the sectors of manufacturing and service sectors, so naturally, the children they grow up and they go somewhere to live, and even when they are staying in the same place, the privacy or the private space, because of that also they want to live separately. So slowly, joint family is giving way to the nuclear families. And as was said, the life expectancy is increasing continuously. So the aging population faces loneliness, and there is no one to take care of when, especially when such cases are there where they are sick and bedridden. So there is no one to take care of this population. Then add to this the financial and social dependency, health related issues, and emotional deprivation. So, also the other challenges which we are facing in the age of technology are the issues of digital illiteracy, cybercrime. You must have read the recent news of digital arrest of the elderly people. And the online transactions which are fraudulent, which are of fraudulent nature from which we need to protect the senior citizens. So we have a very mixed type of very curious situation where our elderly population is also capable of working, and at the same time there is unemployment also in the young people. So we need to find out how to channelize the energy of the elderly people, those who are willing and capable of doing something, contributing in their own way. So we cannot actually afford to waste the experienced and capable manpower to idle their time when they constitute one-fifth of the population. So we need their services as per their own willingness and their capability. So some of the solutions which I was thinking was that our traditional family values, they need to be strengthened. And one thing when I find the young people around is that celebration of the grandparents' day. Like one such instruction they were issued by our commissioner also, that because the two generations they need to come together and they must share each other's experiences. The younger lot learns from them, and the elderly, the older lot, they have somebody who can hear them, who can give patient hearing for them, and also love and affection, which matters the most for them. So these traditional family values, and yeah, some models I have seen, if the old people they have to remain alone with their children in some other different cities or different places, then they can themselves form groups among themselves. Matlab they can remain together like some sisters or some with their siblings or something like that, and they can form groups among themselves. Then the hobbies, entertainment. While we are working, we hardly get time for hobbies or something. So, but hobbies, entertainment, library, recreational activities, they should be included in their schedule, and also tourism for these people because it helps a lot. Then while you are in service or in working age, you must plan for pension or health insurance, all this to make just your future secure, at least financially. Then this daily exercise, yoga, meditation, like Dr. Abraham was also speaking of the people who live longer. So these people, they have their daily activities. This Ikigai is also good book. Huh? So that also talks about uh, 90 plus old people in Japan. That is also a very interesting book. Huh? So this daily exercise, yoga, meditation, and spirituality to enhance your physical, mental, and spiritual well-being. Then some awareness spreading about cybercrime and frauds to make them digitally safe. And government and NGOs, they can take lead in making available the old age homes, and also those who are staying at home but they need care. We are talking about caregivers also. So caregivers, and they also need training also. Government of India, there is one National Institute of Social Defense. So they have such the facility for caregiver training for caregivers. So these are some of the solutions. Some points I would like to touch upon just to from academic point of view, just to give some background. In our constitution, article number 41, it states that the state shall, within the limits of its economic capacity and development, make effective provisions for securing right to work, to education, and to public assistance in cases of unemployment, old age, sickness, and disability, and other undesirable deprivation. So, and social security is the concurrent responsibility of the union and state government. So the senior citizens policy was formulated in 1999 by Government of India. The aim of the national policy is to strengthen their rightful place in society and to help older persons live in the last phase of their lives with purpose, dignity, and peace. Purpose is very important. If you have something to look forward to, if you have something, then it actually energizes you. And even that, I remember the book, Man's Search for Meaning. That also says if you have something, some purpose, because you like to find some meaning and give meaningful life. So, uh, so then it adds to your longevity also if you have some purpose in life. The policy envisages that state will extend support for financial security, healthcare, shelter, welfare, and other needs of older persons, provide protection against abuse and exploitation, provide opportunities for the development of potential of older persons, seek their participation, and provide services so that they can improve the quality of their lives. So on the similar lines, Madhya Pradesh government also has made the senior citizens policy in 99 only with the similar objectives. So now in order to make the senior citizens policy 99 relevant, Government of India through Niti Aayog is in the process of formulating a strategy by holding discussions with all the stakeholders. I'm happy to share that Madhya Pradesh Niti Aayog and Social Justice Department, they are also made part of this committee under Niti Aayog. So we are also able to contribute it in our way. The Department of Social Justice celebrates International Senior Citizens Day every year on 1st of October. Then we also are channelizing these pensions which are distributed to senior citizens under Indira Gandhi National Old Age Pension and Social Security Pension Scheme. Also, the act which I talked about earlier, the Maintenance and Welfare of Parents and Senior Citizens Act 2007, they are also implemented in the state, and Sugamya Bharat Abhiyan, which actually is about making the places, the public places, also the places of entertainment, the buses, the offices, accessible to Divyangajans and old people. So we are also operating the senior citizen homes for overall welfare, rehabilitation, and protection. So, apart from the facility of shelter maintenance, we also provide medical examination, treatment, entertainment, and rehabilitation uh, for the neglected, destitute, and needy senior citizens so that they get the opportunity to live a respectable life in the last phase of their life. Such senior citizens home numbering 79 are being operated in the Madhya Pradesh state with the help of different NGOs, Red Cross, and local bodies. So we also distribute assistive devices to the elderly people to help them overcome their geriatric problems. So they are actually uh, also concurrently doing also we are doing in collaboration with government of India. They are also running similar schemes of giving assistive devices. And recently we have started the one facility which was showed the last one. We have a very good paid old age home facility which has come upon Link Road number 3, which is made for high-end people who are capable of paying some amount. Because the 79 senior citizens homes I talked about, they are free of cost. But this will be a paid type of home. And it has got all air-conditioned rooms, library, recreational facilities, prayer rooms, physiotherapy facilities, medical store, ATM, etc. So if you are interested, you can go and visit the same. We have finalized the agency also, and shortly that will be in operation. So, Madam Samskriti Khare is here. We are running. uh, elderly helpline, elderline. The number is 14567. This is for senior citizens, and this is being operated by Ministry of Social Justice and Empowerment, Government of India through Helpage India branch Bhopal. It has been running from since 17 May 2021. So it gives information related to senior citizens, suggestions, some counseling, and some information, some protection from abuse, etc. The service is available for elderly people from 8 a.m. to 8 p.m. So we are trying to extend it to further for all the 24 hours a day. Honorable Prime Minister's vision of a developed India, Vikasit Bharat, by 2047 requires contribution by and protection and well-being of the elderly, keeping in view their number, their experience, their physical and mental capacity. So for this, efforts at all levels are absolutely necessary. So I'm happy that your college is participating and all there are different NGOs, there are other senior citizens forums who are all contributing towards it. We need actually help from all the sections of society. I would like to end with the poem, few lines of the poem by our ex-Prime Minister Atal Bihari Vajpayee ji. Uh, it says, especially for Principal Ma'am, you said that you know where it pains, so especially it is dedicated to you. So, उम्र का हर एक दौर मजेदार है, अपनी उम्र का मजा लीजिए, जिंदा दिल रहिए जनाब, ये चेहरे पे उदासी कैसी, वक्त तो बीत ही रहा है, उम्र की ऐसी की तैसी. Thank you so much. Thank you for patient hearing and listening to my speech with patience and a break in between. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, ma'am. You have opened for us the important scopes which we all should ponder upon and focus on as social workers and as researchers. Also, a thank you to Sir for involving us through the journey of learning of his. Dear all, here at BSS Bhopal, we hold in high regard the tradition of expressing our deepest gratitude to our honorable guests. It is not just a gesture, but a reflection of our values rooted in respect, appreciation, and honor. Dear guests, before we begin this session, now we are moving towards our official felicitation ceremony. A heartfelt acknowledgement of the warm memories and meaningful connections made during your visit to BSS Bhopal. We deeply acknowledge your valuable contributions towards our collective missions of education and social development. With this, I request our principal, Dr. Kanajan PJ, to present a memento as a token of love and gratitude to Madam Sonali Boshe, the Principal Secretary, the Department of Social Justice and Empowerment for Persons with Disability. Thank you, ma'am, for your inspiring presence in our course. I also request Dr. Sis- I also request Dr. Sister Sonia Kulin to please present a memento to Professor Nahani Francis. Thank you so much. Now, may I please invite Mr. Girish Shaji, Coordinator, Department of Social Work, Projects and in charge and Organizing Secretary of this conference, to the dais to express a formal vote of thanks.
Greetings and a hearty good morning to all of you. Green hair is a crown of splendor. It is attained in the way of righteousness written in the Holy Bible. As quoted in Mahabharata, the service of one's father, mother, and preceptor is most important, even more than worshipping the gods. Quran states, and we have enjoined upon man for his brilliance. His mother carried him in weakness upon weaknesses, and his weaning is in 2 years. Be grateful to me and to your parents. To me is the final destination. And a lot of more spiritual texts adds onto the scene. These are the divine and the bold statements of the Holy Scriptures being boldly read aloud in the worship places, but being boldly misunderstood by these particular generation. Today, if these profound verses were genuinely practiced and upheld, we might not be discussing on the challenges and solutions, but we might have conversed upon the opportunities to serve and honor the elders. That being said, elders today are indeed classified as vulnerable, making it essential to use platforms like this to discuss the developmental goals and the key indicators for the well-being of the elders. With these words, I'm truly honored and delighted to stand before this esteemed gathering to propose the vote of thanks to our distinguished dignitaries. To begin with, I would like to sincerely thank IAS Sonali Pungshe, Wenganku Ma'am, the Honorable Principal Secretary of the Department of the Social Justice and Empowerment. Ma'am, we truly appreciate the immense responsibilities you shoulder. Yet, your unwavering dedication to the social causes, especially in the context of the policy and aging, is truly commendable. We acknowledge and appreciate the insightful and the inspiring tone you have set on the challenges faced by the elders and the role of the policymakers and the laymen in combating the challenges. Ma'am, on behalf of the Department of the Social Work, BSS, I extend my heartfelt gratitude for your valuable time and presence. Thank you, sir. In the absence of IAS, Mr. Rishi Goyal, the Honorable CEO of Madhya Pradesh Rajya Niti Ayog, we do sincerely appreciate and thank him for all his invaluable suggestions and resources. We thank you, sir, for all your guidance. Professor Abraham Francis, Discipline Lead, School of Arts and Science, University of Notre Dame, Australia. Indeed, sir, your esteemed reputation truly precedes you. Even before you have arrived at the campus, your professional presence was already felt on the campus. Your academic expertise and exceptional ability to simplify the complex concepts with such clarity are truly admirable. Listening to your insightful address on the collective flourishing, integrating the ecology of care and the care economy in Egypt, India was enlightening and inspiring. Dear Professor Abraham, on behalf of the Department of the Social Work, BSSS, we extend our heartfelt gratitude for accepting our invitation and traveling across border to deliver this remarkable keynote address. Thank you, sir. I would like to express my sincere gratitude to the head of our institute, Dr. Father John PJ. I still remember a time in the late 2019 when educational institutions across the nations were withdrawing from the geriatric care programs. Yet, amidst this shift, our principal stood firm in his commitment, choosing to continue with the programs, even with a handful of support. His unwavering vision of ensuring a better quality of life for the elderly has been the driving force behind this conference. Dear Father, we are truly grateful for your invaluable guidance and unwavering support in making this program a success. On behalf of the Department of the Social Work, we extend our heartfelt thanks to you, Father. Thank you. My deepest gratitude to our Vice Principal, Dr. Sister Sonia Kurian, who is indeed a perfectionist in all the promotive aspects of the college. Sister, thank you. We do have academicians, research scholars, practitioners, faculty members, students, and a lot more guests who will be joining us in the upcoming sessions. I would like to thank all of you for being a part of this noble endeavor. I would like to conclude by Leo Tolstoy states, the best stories don't come from good versus bad, but The best stories come from good versus good. Let's all create a wonderful story today. Thank you and God bless all of
Together here at 2:15 sharp. So please feel comfortable, please happy, and please take care of the time as well. Thank you, everyone.
you. This tripod is not a camera. Tripod लगा रहा है नहीं तो tripod इसमें लगा tripod लगा और इधर हाँ
फ्री वाला पोस्टर लगा दो ना तब तक। फ्री ब्रेक हो गया, आ ही रहे 5 मिनट में, तो तब तक वो वाला पोस्टर या जो अपने पास वो भी होगा ना पोस्टर, इसमें प्लेनरी के लोग हैं, 5 5 लोग। तब तक लोग तैयार हो जाएंगे। कि लगाना, बस आ ही रहे हो। आ रहे हैं क्या? मैडम को कॉल कर। कहाँ? सर आएंगे। ना। हाँ हाँ। तो ये तो चलिए 45 मिनट के बाद। हाँ, तो वहाँ खींच के आ ही जाए। हाँ। इसमें क्या होगा? इसके बाद फिर ट्रैक चलेंगे। मैडम का भेजो बेटे, इसके बाद भोजन। मैडम का भेजो जानवर चल रहा है। सर जानवर चल रहा है। मैडम का भेजो। मैडम आ रही। तो उनका पीपीटी बता दिया उनको पूरा डाल। उनका पीपीटी होगा। वो तो रही थी कहना। अच्छा, अगर वो वाला पोस्टर आ जाए तो आप वो आपके पास तो लगा नहीं है वो। हाँ, क्यों अभी तो हाँ तो डिस्कशन है आप लोग, डिस्कशन डिस्कशन आपस में डिस्कशन होगा ना। हाँ। आपको फॉरवर्ड कर दे रहा हूँ।
Request everyone to settle down. We are to begin shortly. I request everyone to please settle down. We are to begin shortly. Dear volunteers, please help everyone to settle down.
ये नीचे लाइन आएगा क्या?
Keep
पार्ट 2। लगा दीजिए तब तक वो बैठेंगे अगर हो सके तो। मैंने आपको नहीं, मैं अभी तो कुछ नहीं भिजवाते हैं। यानी सर ये ठीक है, ठीक है। एक लेट कर पाएंगे। सर ने मैडम के टिकट दे दिया नहीं दिए। मैं बोल रहा हूँ फोन लग सिस्टर, ये जो इनके पेमेंट तो देना है जिनको उनके उसके साथ ये भी रखा है सर। ये सिलेंडरी वालों के लिए है कि दूसरों के लिए सिलेंडरी? तो ये भी तो बैठेंगे सिलेंडरी, ये नहीं बैठ अच्छा बैठेंगे इनका हो गया। अर्चना को पेन ड्राइव में दे, पेन ड्राइव में दे दीजिए। चलो ठीक है, बोल खाली फॉर्म से जस्ट बंद कर रखा है वो बस लॉगिन तो इनके साथ ये भी है। ये बचे हुए क्या ना
I request all the students to please settle down. We have to shortly begin with our previous session now.
इनको अलग से सर ये मैम का लैपटॉप, सर ये मैम का लैपटॉप हो गया काम होता है।
On students, participants, can I have your attention, please? Please be seated. We are going to start the plenary session in a short while. Thank you so much for your prompt response. I appreciate that. Thank you. Over to you, Mari.
Everyone, we have some seats in the front row as well. You can please come forward and occupy them.
Yes, sir. 25 5. Yes,
First, ladies and gentlemen, as we move forward in our deliberations on shaping the future of aging, this plenary session is a crucial juncture where we bring together distinguished experts from academia, policymaking, and social developments to share their perspectives. Our panel today consists of some of the most experienced voices in the field, whose work has significantly impacted the discourse on aging, mental care, and policy reforms. We are privileged to have with us such panel of esteemed experts who will share their knowledge on various aspects of the conference's theme. Dear participants, the panelists would be pouring their knowledge in a short span of 15 minutes with us. Please be attentive and take your learnings from here. Allow me to introduce our panel to you. We have with us Dr. Poonam Gularia, retired faculty from Tata Institute of Social Sciences, an authority on aging and community welfare, whose contributions to social work and aging policies have been remarkable. Ma'am, we welcome you here today. Ma'am, I request you to please come out once and to listen. Next, we have Ms. Sanskruti Khare, State Head of Helpage India, a leader in promoting the rights and welfare of senior citizens across India. Her leadership at Helpage has transformed how we support the elderly population in India. We welcome you, ma'am. Please. Our next panelist is Professor. We are also privileged to have with us Mr. Amir Shankar, sir, Senior Consultant at Madhya Pradesh Rajniti Ayog, with insights into policy and governance approaches for an aging population. Sir, we heartily welcome you. Please take your seat, Amir. Dear all, next we have Dr. Nityanand Murthy, Assistant Professor at NIMHRC Hall, an expert in mental health and tireless advocate for integrating mental health services in elderly care. Sir would be joining us online. Also, we have Professor Archana Kaushik, professor at University of Delhi, known for her researches on aging. Madam's research has deeply explored the area of intergenerational solidarity and policy frameworks for elderly. Ma'am as well will be joining us online. Now, moving forward towards the enriching thoughts of the day, for which I would like to share about our first speaker, Dr. Poonam Gularia. To add on to what I shared about her earlier, Dr. Gularia is a distinguished academician and practitioner in the field of social work, with a focus on aging and community welfare. She served as a faculty member at this Mumbai, where she contributed significantly to research and curriculum development in gerontology. Dr. Gularia has been instrumental in implementing community-based programs aimed at enhancing the quality of life for the elderly. Please join me in welcoming Dr. Gularia to share her thoughts with us today. Can we have a huge round of applause? Stage is yours.
Thank you so much to Himali, to the Bhopal School of Social Sciences and APIO. Very grateful to the address we heard this morning from the Honorable Principal Secretary, Social Justice and Empowerment. I'm also delighted to have as co-panelists Mr. Amaya Shankar and Ms. Saraswati Khare here offline with us in the seminar hall, and Professor Archana Kaushik and Mr. Nityanand, Dr. Nityanand Murthy online. It's a great honor and privilege to have faculty, staff, students, both offline and online. And I would like to especially thank the Department of Social Work, Bhopal School of Social Sciences, principal of this esteemed institution, Dr. Father John P.J., the Dean, the head of the department, Dr. Ruthvik Gandhi, Dr. Shiva Joseph, and my other colleagues here in the department, who have tirelessly worked along with the student volunteers to put this together. The fact remains that our journey as educators, as practitioners, as development management professionals is all based on our lived experiences. And many of the photographs which I'll be sharing as part of my presentation are derived from those lived experiences. I would like to also add to my privileges the fact that having been a social work graduate and PhD from Delhi School of Social Work, and having worked with multiple organizations at different levels, I am currently working with the Indian School of Development Management as bricklayer and internal faculty. I would like to talk about ISDM a little later because it has shaped my journey post-retirement. Therefore, it's important to add because it adds value to our own lived experiences, as I just mentioned. I would like to keep my story short and simple, and I would like to remain on time. I want to be mindful of the time so that other speakers who are following up with me get their share, due share as well. But I would like to conclude this introductory conversation by saying that I'm deeply grateful to each one of you in your own capacity as student learners, as co-travelers, as seekers of knowledge and spirituality, to be present here for this wonderful morning / afternoon session. So as I mentioned, shaping the future of aging has made me reflect on my journey of the past 4 decades, and it brought out spaces as part of this approach of reflecting personally and also reviewing the academic literature which is available for international engagement and social inclusion. This brings up the need for me to submit that I utilized autoethnography to introspect, examine my experiences as a development practitioner, as a mentor, as a mentee, as a supervisor, as we call our terminology in social work parlance, because I was an agency supervisor at one level, a department supervisor, a school supervisor, and a fieldwork coordinator much later at the Tata Institute of Social Sciences. So wearing these multiple hats, playing these overlapping roles, made me introspect on this journey that has gone by. From a scholarly perspective, I aim to extend beyond my personal experiences and use autoethnography to advocate for cross-generational peer mentoring, some of which was mentioned in the morning by my colleague, Dr. Ibrahim Francis. It's wonderful to be able to see him after such a long time. We have been meeting online and we do plan to continue our partnership. And also because it opens up opportunities for evolving. We need to state at outset that cross-generational mentoring involves pairing individuals from different age groups, you, me, our students, our alums, to foster mutual learning and professional growth. We need to respect and remind ourselves that it is a dynamic process, a reciprocal process of give and take, which emphasizes knowledge sharing, collaboration, and the recognition that each of us, regardless of our age and experience, have valuable insights to offer. So while understanding intergenerational engagement, I would also like to submit that generally, how do we understand social inclusion as a correlation to international engagement? We need to remind ourselves that social inclusion is a lived experience. It shapes our relationships, it shapes interpersonal and professional relationships, and it's through the reciprocal knowledge sharing, reciprocal exchange of lived experiences with students over the years that one has become more professional and more evolved in one journey as a development practitioner. I would like to keep this brief because we have spaces as you can see in the slide, where the mentor-mentee relationship is discussed. As part of this paper, I have tried to engage with the process of reciprocal engagement, reciprocal exchange. And when we take snapshots from our own lived experiences, whether they were at Delhi University, Delhi School of Social Work, Ambedkar College, Indira Gandhi National Open University, TIS, or at ISDM, where I've been for a year, each lived experiences shapes us, and we need to acknowledge that as part of our intergenerational engagement. It also brings a sense of gratitude to each of us when we do this reflective exercise. Many times I'm asked by students and colleagues as to why I use narratives and storytelling as part of my engagements. But I feel very strongly that that's the style which comes most easily, comfortably, professionally, and aligns with my way of thinking and living. So I want to reinforce that for the students who are online, those who attended my short informal interaction yesterday, and those who could not. That narratives, the stories we tell each other of our own lived experiences, the stories you share with us of your lived experiences, those provide a structured framework to enable each other, to enable us to comprehend the experiences, to develop resilience, and to cultivate the sense of purpose which our chief guest was talking of this morning, and even which Father John alluded to. That we all need to remind ourselves that what is the purpose of our being here at whatever age or stage of our lives we may be. My research obviously talks of shared narratives, the collaborative learning environment with um, Abraham Francis was discussing as well. He was also talking in the tea break of the time when we are competitive with each other as students, as teachers, as examiners. But the fact remains that we do want to, and our effort should be to realign in the collaborative spaces of learning. So yes, briefly, my journey at Nehru Yuva Kendra Sangathan way back 40 years ago in Ajmer, where I engaged with youth clubs as a district youth coordinator, moving on to being a school social worker at Springdale's Education Society, whereas I was mentioning to my co-panelist, Hari ma'am, that I worked with Helpage India on a project called Adopt a Grand Project. So there were students of class 11 and 12 whom I used to take as a school social worker. It sounds ancient. It used to be called socially useful productive work. And we had a project with Helpage India in reaching out to the elderly, marginalized, vulnerable grands of Dasgara and Tolapur near Narayana. And luckily, I should say, I kept in touch with the community leader and some of the families. And even though I moved to Mumbai for 10 years, whenever I used to come back and get a chance to visit them, it was really heartwarming to see the collaborations, the networks, the realignments, the reconnections, the revisits among family members, which was mentioned even in the morning, about how nowadays we have to remind our family members to look after us as we are aging. We have to remind our younger generation that we are aging and what it means, and you are also in the process of aging. So that's also a reminder. Of course, subsequently, I worked with the United Nations High Commissioner for Refugees. I worked with refugee populations, where again this space of mentor-mentee intergenerational engagement came out, and we are. Uh, there were many ways in which UNHCR functioned at that time. We had community centers in different parts of Delhi. After having moved on from UNHCR, I now know of some of our ex-students from Delhi School of Social Work who are working as livelihood experts with Afghan refugees and doing a wonderful program in this space of intergenerational engagement. So one feels one has come a long way by virtue of these lived experiences, by virtue of also working with Tata Institute of Social Sciences, where we had 240 students per year in the master's program of social work. We used to send them to 65 plus organizations across Maharashtra. One of them I would like to mention before I move towards closure is that There's an organization called Silver Innings, which was created by one of my friends who was not from the social sector, but he's left his paid job as a corporate and he moved into this sector. He created an organization as a one stop destination for the elders and family members. Again, referring to the morning session, it's a paid service. But this social enterprise opened a platform for not only discussing issues regarding the elderly, but also it was a fieldwork opportunity and internship space, a volunteer space for international students of gerontology from George Brown College, Toronto, from Gothenburg University, and from some other colleges where students from different streams, not only social work streams, but community services, gerontology, and other streams used to come for a month long internship residential program to see how these organizations and these social enterprises function and what they can learn from that as lived experiences which they can take back to their own country. So if any students do get opportunities, do read about these organizations which I have mentioned, which have been part of my lived experiences. And while concluding, I would also like to mention that mentorship and social inclusion, when we discuss the way forward, we would like to remind ourselves that as mentorship practices continue to evolve, intergenerational engagement remains critical for fostering inclusive and resilient professional communities. So, one of the aspects which we need to keep in mind is nonviolent communication, that along with empathy, active listening, and being collaborative in our workspaces, in our lived spaces, and also embracing a why mindset. Why are we doing what we are doing? Prioritizing purpose and impact over mere execution. So I would encourage each student who is attending, who would like to have some takeaways, who would like to reflect on this, who would like to engage on this further, we can engage further subsequently. There will be spaces in online platforms, in WhatsApp groups, on Facebook. You have opened up a lot for us. So we will continue to do that. But I would like to conclude by saying that every small step contributes to a larger vision of community empowerment and social development. The mentoring approach, the bricklayer approach, which I have evolved in at Indian School of Development Management, combined with intentional mentoring practices, paves the way for the future where every voice is valued, every idea is considered, and every challenge becomes an opportunity for collective growth. Thank you once again for your patient listening.
Thank you, Dr. Gularia, for your enlightening presentation. A long story lived, but a long story unsaid. Our aging population does have a lot to add, and it is rightly very important to acquire the concept of inclusion in here. Ma'am has stayed in touch with us from quite some time now, and it is always encouraging and motivating for us to hear her. Thank you so much, ma'am. Next, we honored to have with us Ms. Sanskriti Khare, State Head, Helpage India, a leading organization dedicated to the cause of elderly care and advocacy. With a strong background in social work and program management, Ms. Khare has been pivotal in designing and executing initiatives that address the health, financial, and emotional needs of senior citizens. Her leadership has fostered collaborations with government bodies and NGOs to create a more inclusive society for the aging population. Let us have a huge round of applause and welcome Ms. Khare to the podium. Good afternoon to all. Voice very high. Yes. Thank you so much, especially Niti Ayog.
CEO, Mr. Garg, supporting for this outstanding workshop, you can say conference, specifically for the elderly care and initiative taken by Dr. Father John. Thanks to the Ritik sir, Shiva madam, and my co-panelists, Puna madam, then Amay sir, and all the loving audience students. स्टूडेंट्स होते थे अलग ही क्रेज होता है हमें लगता है कुछ नई चीज उनको दिखाए जो हम लाइक वी आर थिंकिंग हम हमेशा बात करते हैं कि कॉलेज के बच्चों को क्या नया दिखाए सो दैट दे कैन become more sensitive towards elderly care. And elderly care is the most neglected category amongst all the different categories. Who are from the social work background or doing BSW? Only few students? All are BSW? Okay. Social work. So if when you are going to take a choice, what you want to opt for your leader placement. So many of you choose organization working for the children's. Most of the time it happens because we all are sensitive and loving towards small kids, not with the elderly person. But elder is really more neglected category. So I'll start with the next. Play करेंगे इसका वीडियो है. Few of you might have seen this video. So I'll start my presentation with a beautiful video, very touchy video. I request all students to just please keep your mobiles aside and concentrate on video. नहीं इसी में आप नीचे जैसे जाएंगे उस पर वीडियो का क्लिक आपको दिखेगा. Yeah.
नेक्स्ट डे कितने बच्चों को रोना आया है बस 8 10 इसको हम वीडियो को बेसिस पे देखे जाएंगे आप लोग जब भी कोई प्रोग्राम एटलीस्ट यू शुड अंडरस्टैंड द सेंसिटिविटी ऑफ एल्डरली पर्संस कि उनके अंदर जो फीलिंग आती है यूजुअली ये फीलिंग्स आप लोग नहीं समझ सकते अनलेस आप उस चीज को वीडियो फॉर्म में नहीं देखेंगे आप उस जगह अपने पेरेंट्स को इमेजिन नहीं करेंगे आप उस जगह अपने उन क्लोज रिलेटिव्स को इमेजिन नहीं करेंगे जो कि उस सिचुएशन में है तो ये हमारा पर्पस ये था दिखाने का कि आप उसको उनकी फीलिंग्स को समझे यू कैन अंडरस्टैंड the problems they are facing. Their children's not with them. Nobody is with them. Elderly couples are there. And most of the houses, we are looking at the same situation in everywhere. In the metro cities, in any cities. So these are the some steps taken by Helpage India. I am going to focus on only those aspects which we are going to implement practically as a BSS institute you can implement or replicate example persons. In that mental health issue, we invite all the students also so that they can understand the issues, whatever mental health issues they are facing. Sometimes what happened when mental health issues started, they never understand that this is a mental issue. Even they are not going to accept it. But when you know the symptoms, the signs of the mental health, then you are the person who can at least support or convince elderly persons. Your support is required for the mental health patients too. In aged care, we are going to start this, and AIMS is just close to DSS College. Currently, we place 4 employees over there, and 2 are specifically engaged with the elderly person attached with the wheelchair, so they can move and support elderly person. And one person specifically assigned for the connection of the government schemes. So he's ready to connect with the government scheme to the elderly person who is destitute and needs some support. And one is a team leader. Most of the time, we never got any volunteers from different institutions. Volunteers came for the maybe for their internship period. They have their short internship period, but it must be your regular practice that you can spend some time with the elderly person. Maybe you can spend half hour in a week. I'm not saying every day you have to spend 2 hours or 3 hours, but when you are standing beside the hospitals or inside the hospital, you understand the different problems of elderly and then your thinking was started what I can do for them. So that is something you learn practically in the hospitals or otherwise of any hospital. It's not about AIDS, it's about any hospitals. Then we have daycare centers. In daycare centers, we connect the elderly with the youth. As Sonali Madam already mentioned in the IDP program, 1st of October is our International Day of Older Person. On that day, we always organize some program that shows the intergenerational bonding between the senior citizens and youth. In BSS College also we organized a program in the collaboration of BSS in I think 2018, 18 or 19. So that is a very good program and most of the students participated in that program. So that is something we need to put practical implementation through the students or as institutions. Caregiver is one of the important uh, drawback that we don't have any free caregiver services, as other speakers also mentioned about the caregiver training program. So, for caregivers, we assign some caregiver
Brothers are in rural areas who can support their family member, train their family members so that their family member can become a caretaker for the elderly persons. So that is one of the important core area. We are not going to ask you to go for the backbone of that kind of services, but at least you are the person who can guide their family member basic things so that they can understand what are the don't and do's for the elderly persons. That you can replicate. Then when we are coming to the livelihood activities, we are discussing about how can we shape a future for the empowerment for the generations. When we are discussing about the generations and empowering, if we are working as a welfare, then we are not able to get any solutions. So we have to go for the some practical social. How can we go for the practical exposure for the income generation? So elderly must be there who is in this position, not in the taking position. We have 110 groups, 20 groups in Purasa. Total member of that group is 1,350, 80 elderlies. All elderlies are connected with the livelihood activities. We have a group collected livelihood activities over there, like they started oil mill, dal mill, then they have poultry farm, they have a tent house. Everything is a collectively groups together working there. They save their income, then help us include some income from corporates to that particular project. So collectively they started income. Then what is the important part is that they give some support. For example, लोन आपने सबने सुना है आपको सबको कुछ अगर चाहिए तो व्हाट यू आर एक्सपेक्टिंग आप अगर जॉब में नहीं है सो यू आर नॉट एबल टू गेट एनी लोन तो इन दैट कंडीशन आपको बहुत बार जो रूरल एरिया में जो एल्डरली है वो जो अपना कलेक्टिव जो इनकम सेव करता है उस इनकम में से वो अपने बच्चों ग्रैंडसन्स को कुछ पैसे देता है फॉर देयर बिजनेस so they are grandchildren or their sons are like in that position. They are in the receiving position and elderly is in the giving position. He was not. So that is the strength. उसका self confidence डेवलप होता है elderly का वो support करता है उस ग्रुप को जिस एज में उसको support की आवश्यकता है. तो हाँ दोनों generations को किस प्रकार से collaboration कर सकते हैं that is one of the good example. Same इसी project में हमने जो केयर गिवर्स हैं उन केयर गिवर्स को हमने ट्रेनिंग्स प्रोवाइड की वी प्रोवाइडेड 30 डिफरेंट ट्रेनिंग प्रोग्राम्स यू और वो ट्रेनिंग प्रोग्राम्स को देते हैं उनकी फैमिली मेंबर्स को टू सपोर्ट एल्डरली पीपल सो दिस इज सम डिफरेंट प्रोग्राम्स देयर मैडम ने मेंशन किया था पीएस मैडम ने डिजिटली अरेस्ट को लेकर के सो डिजिटली अरेस्ट एंड डिजिटली लिटरेसी दिस इज अ वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट कंपोनेंट सो आपने बहुत सारे केसेस पढ़े हैं एंड आई हैव 10 नंबर ऑफ एग्जांपल्स फॉर दैट सो गूगल ने जब ये सारी चीजें देखी कि ये कुछ हम कर सकते हैं एंगल सो वी पिच वन प्रपोजल टू गूगल कि व्हाई डोंट वी स्टार्टेड सम डिजिटल लिटरेसी प्रोग्राम फॉर सीनियर सिटीजंस so that is a very successful program so we conducted workshop for 30 to 35 senior citizens we trained them on how can we protect from the digital arrest and theft everything. One example I'm going to mention you. एक elderly है उन्होंने वीडियो कॉल अटेंड किया इट इज हार्डली कुछ सेकंड्स का होगा 30-40 सेकंड्स का होगा कॉल उनको लगा कि किसी और पर्सन ने मुझे कॉल कर दी उन्होंने डिस्कनेक्ट कर दी कॉल जब तक वो समझ पाते देखते तब तक वो सेकंड तक वो वीडियो कॉल रखा then they disconnect after some time he started blackmailing messages to that elderly कि आपको आपने हमें इतना पैसा नहीं दिया तो हम आपको ब्लैकमेल करेंगे आपका वीडियो है उसको पूरा उन्होंने उसको उसको मॉडिफाई करके वीडियो को उसको भेजा एल्डरली को शॉक किया ऐसा नहीं होता है उसको कुछ नहीं आइडिया था बिकॉज उनको मोबाइल चलाना है और या स्मार्टफोन चलाना उसको किसी तरह दिया बट उसके क्या चीज नेगेटिव इम्पैक्ट है ये हमें नहीं पता होता मतलब एल्डरली को हम नहीं बता पाते ये चीज हमें भी नहीं पता बच्चे जो जानते हैं वो भी नहीं पता होता सो एल्डरली बहुत परेशान था वो लाइक उसकी स्थिति हो गई थी वो सुसाइड करने की स्टेज पे आ गया था देन ही कॉन्टेक्ट टू हेल्पेज इंडिया जो पर्सन हमारा डिजिटली ट्रेनिंग जो साइबर सिक्योरिटी ट्रेनिंग लेता है देन ही करेक्टेड दैट पर्सन कि बॉडी 50 एल्डरली को उनको डिजिटली ट्रेन करना होता है if you are become a internship student of हेल्पेज इंडिया then we give you assignment कि 50 एल्डरली के साथ आपको बैठ के एटलीस्ट आपको डिजिटल लिटरेसी को सिखाना है साइबर सिक्योरिटी प्रिवेंशन कैसे करना दैट वी नीड टू एक्सप्लेन दैट ट्रेनिंग वी विल गिव इट टू यू बट यू आर सपोज्ड टू गिव ट्रेनिंग टू द एल्डरली पर्सन्स and third part is what
डिजिटली का है, दैट इज बेसिक थिंग्स कि हम लोग उन्हें वीडियो कॉल्स करना बता दिए, लेकिन डोंट टेल दिस इज वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट जो एल्डरली को बिल्कुल बताओ। सो वो हमें उनको प्रोटेक्ट करके रखना है। The last part is advocacy. Advocacy में जितने भी पॉलिसीज बनती है, चाहे वो नीति आयोग हो, चाहे हम किसी भी डिपार्टमेंट, चाहे नेशनल एजुकेशन की बात करें, हेल्थ जो कोई भी पॉलिसी जो बनती है, उसमें हेल्थ इज अ कोर टीम मेंबर ऑफ दैट पॉलिसी। नेशनल पॉलिसी में हेल्थ का एक बहुत मेजर रोल रहा है जब पॉलिसी इम्प्लीमेंटेशन हुआ था। जब स्टेट पॉलिसी बनना स्टार्ट हुई थी 2013 से, उस टाइम पे बहुत सारे इनपुट्स दिए गए थे। जब फर्स्ट वरिष्ठ आयोग जो बना था मध्य प्रदेश में बना गया था 2014 में, लेकिन ड्यू टू सम रीजन वो डिमोलिश कर दिया गया। उस टाइम पे पॉलिसी बनना स्टार्ट हुआ था, तब हेरिटेज इज टेकिंग अ की रोल, लीड रोल फॉर दैट पॉलिसी मेकिंग। अपार्ट फ्रॉम दैट डिफरेंट programs or promotions like maintenance act है, ये different initiatives will be government के schemes है। Promotions is one of the important part that the just doing। अपार्ट फ्रॉम दैट कुछ वर्कशॉप्स हम लोग करते हैं विद द सपोर्ट ऑफ स्टूडेंट्स की। हमने 2018-19 से स्टार्ट किया था वर्कशॉप्स विद द स्टूडेंट्स कि स्टूडेंट्स को हम कैसे कनेक्ट कर पाएंगे, दे कैन बिकम अ लीडर फॉर दैट। उनके घर में जाके आप कैसे टाइम स्पेंड करें रूरल पर्सन के साथ में। सो दैट इज देयर वन ऑफ द डिफरेंट इनिशिएटिव्स। नेक्स्ट स्लाइड, ये गवर्नमेंट का पूरा है, इसको मैं स्किप कर दूं, मैडम ऑलरेडी कवर सेक्टर, ये ऑलरेडी मैडम ने कवर कर दिया। इसमें कुछ बैक करिए प्लीज। इसमें कुछ रोल है जिसपे वी नीड सम सपोर्ट फ्रॉम द स्टूडेंट्स कि लाइक फील्ड इंटरवेंशन एक कंपोनेंट इसका था जिसपे फील्ड आप हमारे पास यदि कॉल आता है तो अगर कोई रेस्क्यू करना है केसेस इन दैट टाइम फील्ड रिस्पांस ऑफिसर की पोस्ट कुछ टाइम से हटा दी गई। अगर आपको कोई भी केस दिखता है, कोई भी रेस्क्यू केस है, एटलीस्ट इमीडिएटली आप उस नंबर पे कॉल करके इन्फॉर्म करें और आप वहां पे कुछ सेकंड्स का वीडियो, एटलीस्ट उसका वीडियो बना के लोकेशन हमें शेयर करें। और यदि वो सेंस पे है, यदि एंड तो उसका कुछ 10-15-20 सेकंड्स का 1 मिनट का वीडियो बना के भेज दें कि वो ओल्ड एज में जानने के लिए इच्छुक है नहीं। तो ये हमारे लिए बहुत बड़ी हेल्प हो जाएगी आपकी, सो दैट वी कैन सपोर्ट एवरी पर्सन। नेक्स्ट कुछ वे फॉरवर्ड्स है कि व्हाट वी आर सपोज्ड टू टेक। Research capacity building is skill development की we can have some conduct special training programs institution organize कर सकता है specifically on the geriatric healthcare and different dedicated institution के साथ में collaboration like this है already। I think you have some collaboration with institutions। सर्टिफिकेट कोर्सेज लाइक जैसे जेनरल का कोर्सेज स्टार्ट किया था बीस, इस तरह के सर्टिफिकेट कोर्सेज स्टार्ट कर सकते हैं। और सर्टिफिकेशन होने के साथ की वजह से स्टूडेंट इंटरेस्ट लेते हैं, जहाँ सर्टिफिकेशन नहीं होता है स्टूडेंट उसमें इंटरेस्ट नहीं लेते हैं। इट मे बी फॉर 2 days वर्कशॉप, इट मे बी फॉर 5 days वर्कशॉप, बट सर्टिफिकेशन मस्ट बी देयर। पॉलिसी एडवोकेसी में हम बहुत सारी बातें करते हैं कि हम गवर्नमेंट स्टेज फ्रेंडली है सोसाइटी, बहुत सारे इनिशिएटिव्स अभी लिए गए हैं गवर्नमेंट ने, और हम पेंशन को लेकर के बहुत हम पेश कर रहे हैं गवर्नमेंट को। 600 रुपीज इज अ वेरी लेस अमाउंट, तो हाउ कैन बी इंक्रीज एट अबाउट 600 to 2000। सो ये और नॉट ओनली हेल्पिश एज अ इंस्टीट्यूशन यू कैन आल्सो pitch the government as a organization, you can pitch other people as a human being, you are supposed to pitch such kind of issues to the government। देन एज ट्रैकिंग के लिए आपने देखा होगा बहुत सारे कायाकल्प हो रहा है जो नेशनल फ्यूचर लीड रोल है जिसमें, उसमें सारे रैप और एज फ्रेंडली सोसाइटी पूरा बना रहे हैं सो दैट एल्डरली का कहीं भी जाता है तो उसको दिक्कत ना हो, चढ़ने में उतरने में और बैठने में प्रॉपर सिटिंग हो, उनको फर्स्ट प्रायोरिटी दी जाए। बहुत सारे इनिशिएटिव्स गवर्नमेंट ले रहा है, उसमें प्राइवेट पार्टनरशिप का जो रोल आता है, इंस्टीट्यूशन का रोल आता है, दैट टाइम यू कैन बी प्रपोजल टू द गवर्नमेंट। नेशनल एजुकेशन या सोशल जस्टिस डिपार्टमेंट, दोनों ही डिपार्टमेंट जैसे हेल्पिंग के साथ मिलकर काम कर रहे हैं, एज एज इंस्टीट्यूशन भी आप उसके साथ मिलकर काम कर सकते हैं बीइंग अ पार्टनर एंड टेक सम प्रोजेक्ट विद द गवर्नमेंट डिपार्टमेंट्स। देन वैल्यू एजुकेशन की बात करेंगे एम्प्लॉयमेंट्स की, तो रिटायर्ड जो है पर्सन्स उनको वैल्यू स्पेशली वैल्यू एजुकेशन के टॉक्स के लिए आप लोग भी इनवाइट कर सकते हैं। कभी कुछ अगर अच्छे सिंगर्स हैं तो दे कैन बी अ टीचर और समटाइम्स उनका सब एंगेजमेंट भी, सो दैट आपका जो कनेक्शन है, हाउ कैन यू बिल्ड अ डिफरेंट कनेक्शन विद रिटायर्ड पर्सन्स। सो इट मे हैपन कि फिजिकल इंस्ट्रक्टर व्हाटएवर जो भी क्वालिटीज है उनके यू कैन एंगेज विद देम। और सीनियर सिटीजन एसोसिएशंस का डाटा लाइक वी हैव ऑल द डाटा की सीनियर सिटीजन एसोसिएशन किस तरह के हैं, किस लेवल के हैं, उनकी क्या चॉइस प्रायोरिटीज होती है, वो कैसे आपके साथ कनेक्ट विद दैट इन्फ्लेशन इज देयर टू कंटिन्यू। With health and well-being, we already discussed. I shared different things, then community engagement and support.
Taking NSS या BSS के जो students हैं, उनको enrichment करना for social cause. We are running different programs for the school advocacy for value education, that is for the school students. One program is with the college students, that is Help to Right Generation. So in Help to Right Generation, we are supposed to like engage actively, connect time with the senior citizen. We request students to just have a cup of tea with the elderly person, spend some time with them, just have a chat with them. जब आप उनके साथ कम्युनिकेशन करते हैं तो आपको ऑटोमेटिकली उनके साथ इंक्लाइनेशन होता है, आपको उनसे अटैचमेंट होता है, तो आप उनके साथ कहीं ना कहीं उनके साथ एंगेजमेंट करते हो। तो वो सेंसिटिविटी आपके अंदर डेवलप होती है जो अभी तक नहीं थी। एक एडल्ट की जो रिपोर्ट जब डिस्कशन करते हैं, एडल्ट उसका रिपोर्ट हर साल टेलीविजन या रिलीज करता है। एक साल का रिपोर्ट पे जिसमें यूथ को और एल्डरली को लेकर के हमने सर्वे किया था। वो सर्वे में क्या आया था कि यूथ जो है अपने पड़ोस में यदि कोई एल्डरली रहता है तो दे आर नॉट गोइंग टू नो। उनका कहना है कि यदि एल्डरली हमें पता है ही नीड्स अ मेंबर, उनकी प्रायोरिटीज टू अर्निंग मनी, उनकी प्रायोरिटीज जस्ट टू कनेक्ट विद देयर own job profile, family, that's it. So they are not interested to help the elderly. So that is a fact. But I wish he, under the guidance of eminent professors, this stress is entirely different with the other institutions. Then technology, we have already discussed. Next slide, please. Policies scaling, like we have already discussed. One important thing is that we have a 46-year experience working with senior citizens. We have a good data bank with different departments, with different topics. We have a good data bank. We can use self-page data, take formal permission, and can use this data for your research purpose as well as your implementations of programs. As we are not a profit organization, we have some our own ethics. So we are have a quality. We believe in the quality work. So you can use self-page data for the process. Some topics for the students. We have सबसे start हुई है, गवर्नमेंट ने start किया आयुष्मान की 75 प्लस, किसी ने कभी कैलकुलेशन किया था 5 lakh rupees into how many years? It goes to crores rupees. यदि वो अमाउंट यदि हम अगर कैलकुलेशन करने जाएंगे तो जो हमारा फाइनेंशियल है कि क्या ये फ्री सर्विसेज किस एक्सटेंट तक, क्या ऐसा तो नहीं है इस सर्विसेज को देने के बाद में जो फाइनेंशियली बर्डन है वो इंडिया पर आ जाएगा। यू नीड टू थिंक, यू आर द लाइक बेस्ट जज फॉर दैट। स्टूडेंट्स आप उस स्कूलिंग एज में होंगे, जब हम लोग एंटर होंगे तब आपका नंबर आउट फिगर हो जाएगा, यू ऑल आर आउट। और जब आप एंट्री तब तक यू आर नॉट गोइंग टू इमेजिन योर ओन सिचुएशन। सो आपको अभी से ऐड नॉट यू टू थिंक कि व्हाट विल बी द सॉल्यूशन फॉर दैट। सो दिस इज फॉर द थॉट। सब बेसिक थिंग्स है जो हमने बच्चों के लिए सोच के रखा है कि बच्चों को कुछ चीजें करना चाहिए कि हार्ड वर्क तो आप सब कुछ कर रहे हो, सब कुछ करोगे, लेकिन वो आप जिसकी वजह से यहाँ पर बैठे हो एटलीस्ट यू हैव टू फोकस ऑन योर पेरेंट्स। आप उनको नहीं, एटलीस्ट आप अपने पेरेंट्स को ना छोड़े, आप कितना भी पेरेंट को ग्रोथ करें कितना कुछ करें, बट यू आर नॉट सपोज्ड टू लीव योर पेरेंट्स, यू हैव टू टेक केयर ऑफ योर पेरेंट्स। दैट एटीट्यूड इज मोस्ट इम्पोर्टेंट थिंग कि हम सब छोटी छोटी चीजें जैसे किसी को बोला कि मोबाइल पे सीखना, आपने बोल दिया मैं कर देती कि आपसे तो नहीं हो पाएगा, तो वहीं पे उसका मॉरल डाउन हो सकता है लेकिन। तो हमें उसको ऐसे चीज़ हमें पता है कि वो नहीं कर पाएगा। आप 10 बार में आप सिखाओगे, अब बच्चे चलना सीखते हैं तो 10 बार गिरता है तभी चल पाता है। पेरेंट्स हर लेवल पे होते हैं, उसको हर सिचुएशन में उसको सँभालते हैं। तो व्हाई नॉट वी कि हम भी उस लेवल पे उसको सँभाल कर आपको सिचुएशन से बाहर निकालते हैं। तो इट्स ऑल अबाउट योर थिंकिंग थॉट कि आप लोग क्या सोचते हैं, आपकी प्रायोरिटीज़ क्या है, यू हैव टू फिक्स योर प्रायोरिटीज़। हर प्रायोरिटी में आप अपना अपना पेरेंट्स रखिए, उसके बाद सारी चीज़ें, और पेरेंट्स के साथ में नेक्स्ट नेबर जो भी हो, एक आउटसोर्स कोई भी पर्सन आउटसोर्स साइड का पर्सन मे बी रिलेटेड उसको अडॉप्ट करिए। डजंट मीन कि अडॉप्शन आपको घर में लाना है। अडॉप्शन मीन्स कि यू हैव टू टेक केयर ऑफ दैट पर्सन, उसको जब भी ज़रूरत है यू आर देयर फॉर हिम। जस्ट द सिंगल सेंटेंस आई एम ऑलवेज देयर फॉर यू, ये एक सेंटेंस उसके लिए बहुत ब्लेसिंग्स देगा आपको। एंड ब्लेसिंग्स की आपको पता है सुबह कहीं पर से उसकी कोई वैल्यू, मतलब उसकी जो वैल्यू आपको किसी भी कितना भी आप हाई पोजीशन पर जाएंगे
Blessings की वजह से इसमें calculation होगा. Next, last video के साथ में I close my presentation. 1 minute का video है. Can you play this? Your pizza sir? Pizza sir? Keep it there. तो ये सजेशन हमारी सबकी आने वाली है. So just think about it. Food for the thought hopefully. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, ma'am. You have beautifully sensitized us today, and you have motivated us to navigate into the field of geriatric social work as well. You brought us on a very thoughtful note to be very honest. Thank you so much. Dear all, our next speaker is Mr. Amir Shankar sir, Senior Consultant at the Madhya Pradesh Rajya Niti Aayog, where he focuses on policy development and strategic planning for social welfare programs. With a background in public administration and social policy, Mr. Shankar has been involved in formulating initiatives aimed at improving the livelihoods of vulnerable populations, including the elderly. Please welcome Mr. Shankar with us.
Hello. Thanks to BSS for coming up for this beautiful idea. And we, as a Madhya Pradesh Rajniti Ayog, collaborated and have a good and fantastic learningful day today. That is today. I would like to uh, greet my colleague, plenary members, Dr. Poonam Sanskriti from India, Professor Archana, Dr. Nityanand, and all attendees, colleagues who are here for today. Just I would like to take a very few minutes, but as most of you are student of social work, so I hope each and everyone will be highly sensitive and emotional. Why I am asking this, I will discuss further. Next slide. The presentation I have made, which is basically we had uh, one policy dialogue, नीति संवाद. हम लोग नीति संवाद कहते हैं. एक नीति संवाद हम लोगों ने 26 नवंबर को किया था भोपाल में ही, जिसमें डिपार्टमेंट से और फ्रॉम दैट इंटरनेशनल ऑर्गेनाइजेशंस, जिसमें संस्कृति विभाग की है ऑन बिहाफ ऑफ हेल्पिंग इंडिया, इंडिया दिल्ली से भी लोगों ने पार्टिसिपेट किया था. और different stakeholders we are there have we would like to have title that we had title that redefining golden years. तो उसकी कुछ रिकमेंडेशन है जिनको बेसिकली मतलब आप लोग के साथ शेयर करना चाह रहा हूँ so that recommendation can go far as possible and can be implemented. Basically, we are policy and research organization. So, Madhya Pradesh, as like earlier in the morning, Principal Secretary told that Madhya Pradesh Senior Citizen Policy was there and it was prepared in 1999. So, just it is a very crisp snapshot that we can segregate that policy in social mental health, health protection, awareness generation, and requirement of research R&D institution. For example, AIMS and Dali Medical Colleges are here as R&D institutions. Next slide, please. Glimpse of corporation data. Actually, we are, as I told that we are policy and research organization. So, it's, we would like to prefer to have a policy benchmarking. So, just I'm giving a glimpse of Madhya Pradesh versus Kerala. And if we will go through the population, then we can see very easily that Madhya Pradesh having 7.26 crore. Apart from that, while Kerala having 3.06 crore population. And in case of geographical area, Madhya Pradesh is much more than almost 10 times greater than the Kerala. While if we are going to talk about the indicators, key indicators, for example, literacy rate, then Kerala is front population density. Once again, Kerala is having so much in their processes. So Kerala is much more, in case of performance, Kerala is much more uh, better than in comparison to across other state as well as union territory. So I have taken Kerala as an example and compared with the Madhya Pradesh. So yeah, as far as the scheme is there, specific health scheme, local health government department is there. LSGD they told us old age pension. Sorry. Uh, Maintenance of welfare of patient and senior citizen, Kerala was 2009. And the specific thing is that uh, there is State Union Council and District Commission as per State 2013 policy. They have policy in 2013. Apart from that, if you will go through social projects, then there are different projects being benefiting the senior citizens. And very specifically, say 2015-16, two daycare center and one full dementia care center. There is the little bit daycare center we have, but we have to see that which one is more strengthened. Then we will see that having two daycare centers which are more capable, more strengthened, and one full dementia care. Dementia is very common problem in senior citizen. As far as government old age homes, there are 17 homes according to their geographical requirement and having uh, more than sufficient beds and occupancies there, and they are completely saturated, almost saturated according to the requirement. There is Kerala Society, Social Security Mission (KSSM) projects, and we will see that there are rolling out elderly suffering from Alzheimer and dementia. Biomitram, another scheme is there. As far as innovation is there, they have conducted digital survey for all the plus 60 population. They have completely all the data online and having each and everyone is data indicator related to the senior citizen. Vayo Yojana Commission, as I told, it's the first state home-based geriatric care. They are little bit in advance in home-based geriatric care. Very few states are there who can provide home-based care. Activities by line department, we will see that PRI department and other department are supporting them uh, in case of Kerala Social Justice Department. Next slide, please.
If we will talk about Madhya Pradesh, then I have already discussed that there is, in case of 99 formulation of policies there, and right now, hopefully, in next 1 or 2 months, we will have new policy. Ayushman Bharat, MP is one of the leading state, and MP is first across country in wrestling 70 and plus years age target population as per recent GOs. Even if you will go to the today's very faster, then you will get that once again MP is almost leading and at the first position. In case of social projects, IGNOPASS is there, integrated social security pension is there, providing assistance to senior citizen in emergency care. Old age home, we have number of old age home. There are 79 old age homes are there. Sugam Bharat Abhiyan, National Secretary in the morning discuss about the Sugam Bharat Abhiyan. Centrally sponsored schemes are there. Atal Vyodaya Yojana, Rashtriya Shri Yojana. If we will talk about the innovation, then we will see that there is Mukhyamantri Tirth Darshan Yojana from June 2022, paid old age home. It was also discussed by Principal Secretary in the morning. Research, there is a geriatric research in six degenerative disease. It is being done in Gandhi Medical College. Activities by line department, you will see that PHE, Ayush, and Gandhi Medical College providing services and in accordance with the social justice department. Next slide, please. This is the best practice which has been developed by National Health Mission, Madhya Pradesh. It is a 60-page booklet. जनरली होता क्या है कि जो हमारे वृद्ध साथी हैं वो पर्चा खो देते हैं डॉक्टर का प्रिस्क्रिप्शन तो जिनके बारे में डॉक्टर की विजिट कर रहे हैं इसमें हम अगर मेंशन कराते हैं तो एक जगह as I told you in the very beginning that we had a policy dialogue on 26th of November and with different stakeholders and counterparts. So these recommendations are basically from that particular policy dialogue. For example, in case of employment well-being, use of AI should be there to ensure tech enabled health gadgets, policy integration and governance, pension amounts, better insurance option, community engagement and support. Yeah, it is in case of Japan. If you will go to the Japan integrated policy, that is a 100-page document, and you will get that in there is a big family concept where community village and even volunteers are providing services to needy senior citizens. So we can involve our NSS volunteers in particularly in case of support to senior citizens. Social and economic empowerment, technology and digital inclusion. We had panel member uh, Dr. Poonam and Sastiti already discussed about the digital inclusion. Research and development, this is the area where we need to focus. And as you all are most of the students of social work, so try for the and go for the research and something innovative what we can do. Employment engagement opportunity, it is the one of the core area. There is a central government website where there is provision of entering the data and those senior citizens who are willing to have jobs part time or maybe. So that area also need little bit attention to be strengthened. So मैं इन्हीं शब्दों के साथ मैं इमोशनल होने की बात कर रहा था क्योंकि आप लोग सोशल वर्क स्ट्रीम के स्टूडेंट हैं तो हर किसी के यहाँ आपके मदर फादर है ग्रैंड फादर होंगे ग्रैंड मदर होंगी तो इमोशनल होने को मैं इसलिए कह रहा था कि जनरली होता क्या है कि आज की तारीख में जॉब के लिए हमें अपना शहर कभी कभी छोड़ना पड़ता है तो एटलीस्ट इमोशनल होना न छोड़े हम हो सकता है फिजिकली दूर हों लेकिन हम अपने इमोशन उनके साथ जोड़े रखें एटलीस्ट दे शुड नॉट फील लोनली बाय इमोशंस सो दिस इज माय लास्ट मैसेज थैंक्स सो मच
Thank you, sir, for your educated talk today. Policy formulation is indeed a key and strategic tool for an inclusive elderly development. And your presence today has been truly meaningful. Thank you again, sir. Dear all, now we have two eminent speakers with us who will be joining us online. Let me introduce to you our first speaker, Dr. Nityanand Murthy, Assistant Professor at the National Institute of Mental Health and Rehabilitation, Sihor, Madhya Pradesh. His expertise lies in clinical psychology and mental health, with a particular interest in geriatric mental health. Dr. Murthy has conducted extensive research on cognitive disorders among the elderly and has been involved in developing training programs for professionals to better address the mental health needs of aging population. With this, sir, I would now invite you to please share your thoughts. Can we please have a mic check with sir? Nityanand, sir, can you please?
Yeah. Hello. Am I audible?
Yes, sir, you're audible.
Yeah. Should I start my presentation?
Yes, sir, please.
Yeah. I just share my slides. Can you share my presentation? I'm unable to share. Mm,
Meanwhile, we have Mr. Kumar and Krishan ma'am from MPIA. Ma'am and sir, we please request you to kindly come forward and take your seats.
Yeah. Can you please share your opinion?
Try one, sir. Try one more time.
Sir, can you please try one more time sharing the PPT?
Okay. I'll just
Share.
Pura ho.
More than. PPT sharing is slightly.
मैं वीडियो को share.
yeah. Now
सब आगे पहले नहीं हो गया.
very good afternoon. Definitely, from Bangalore. I've done my master's from Bangalore University and I did my MPhil and PhD. Hence, currently I'm working as a psychiatric social worker, assistant professor here in NAMH before. So I would like to share my family dynamics exactly here. So thank you for giving me this opportunity. So can we move on to the next slide?
Yes, yes, yes.
Yes, sir, we can move to the next slide, please.
Yeah. So I have it's not moving to my slide. Not moving the slide. Right. So is it changing?
Yeah,
Yes,
yeah.
yes, yes.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Okay. So, so this will be my overview of my presentation. I will be talking about these things. So, okay, background of the talk. So, AI is a natural process that affect everyone. Elderly people are physically weak and need psychological and emotional support more than financial aid. Older adults find it hard to adapt the life changes, and society should stop categorizing elderly people by sex, caste, and status. So, aging comes with a unique challenges and experiences. So family support gives elderly a sense of well-being, preventing isolation. Children marriages often cause anxiety and stresses for children. And intergenerational living allows experience the sharing the financial cooperation. And so neglected elderly may spread diseases impact in society in general. So I start understanding some psychosocial related theories to link to the elderly care. So there are three theories I would like to talk here. So one is social development theory of the addiction. So it talks about the integrating the disparity and how when the big process 60-65. So integrating would give them the well-being of the elderly and disparity leads to the elderly support. And disengaging theory will be talked about the leading leads to withdrawal in the social roles. And activity theory was developed in 1953. It says that how being active can engage them in the uh, participation and the well-being. So social emotional selective theory will be talked about how elderly people will focus on the meaningful relationship rather than the superficial connections. And strength-based approach by celebrating says that the team should emphasize on wisdom, resilience, and wisdom. And the ecological system theory also says that when we talk about the elderly care and elderly well-being, so not only a one aspect we have to think, so multi level concept like family, community, culture, and other things also we have. So that's the ecological system theory focuses on various levels of the aspect of the society. So these are some psychosocial theories I thought of adding here so that we give some clarity in the further what I prefer. So moving on to the introduction part. So India's elderly population, if you look at from 1951 to 1991, so there is a huge jump from 20 million to 57 million. And in 2023, around 10% of the Indian population is aged 60 and above. Approximately, it's like 140 million. So the projected has increase in even in 2023, it will be more increasing by 93.4 million. By 2050, it will be almost 20%. It will be double than what's here. So this increasing of the number is the aging intensity and then is making elderly care and reality for family in society. So I will be presenting a little bit about the social implications of the Indian conflict. So it will show more welcome for the psychosocial issues being faced by the elderly, and it will try to understand what how family was it's what I have presenting some evidence about the social and details. So it says that the many studies are focused on the various social in what they have reported. The majority of the studies the civil background and there the very limited healthcare activities was being multiply reported in the city. And the gender and equal a year proportion of the more among females only. And 36% of the elderly women are widows and they are being facing more financial social challenges are being faced. And if you look at the age distribution, majority of them 53% of them belongs to 60 to 69 years, and 80 plus is only 15% of the overall population of India. And the education more than 56 and like it varies from the statistical reading 55 to 60% of the people are having no formal education and the employment even still today 30% of them are working in mainly physical labor and no patient benefits, and only 73% are retained. And the more many of the studies also repeated that economic dependency is a very higher level, like 65% of them are depending on the family for the financial thing, and even 40% of the Indian elderly belongs to poorest, and 80% of them are individuals without any income, and almost 6% are living alone. Even 66% of them are even unable to have adequate food, clothing, and shelter. Yeah, so even the recent things of the giant family system is changing. So many studies are doing about how giant family system is declining. So, and if you look at the life expectancy, the recent studies what we talk about female 70 and male it was 67.8. So this on data indicates that there is a high need for healthcare related issues, financial security related issues, and the social support related issues. One three major areas what I could come across. So, like other elderly care issues in India, what the elderly talk about in the studies was like growing elderly population is been growing, and chronic diseases 21% of the people are suffering from the at least one chronic illness, and mental health related various issues being reported, and very limited physical access is there, and financial dependency is there, social isolation is there, and lack of institutional knowledge. So overall India is only 700 to 800 NGOs are working on it. And in that level, whatever the elderly home care, only 350 people are saying that they are giving free of fund, but no adequate facilities. So it shows that the institutional care is also being established across the India. And policy implementation huge gap is there. So regular monitoring is lacking in the implementation of the policy. So that those are the major issues. So we'll move on to the changing how these issues are contributing the family dynamics in the area. So if you look at the boundary leadership and decision making, there is a huge changes in these areas. Urbanization plus the family roles and elderly often excluded in the major decision leadership in the family. So how it is impacting on the elderly well-being? Even the role structures, communication, there is a huge communication gap is there in technological barrier affects to the interaction, and reinforcement is also lacking. First in this is taking over by the nuclear family system, and the role structure, if you look at the active contribution is from the active contribution it has become passive, dependent, even social and the adaptive challenges also. So if you look at the rituals are coming down, adaptive patterns are changing in the family roots, and social support system is also declining. So, majority of the studies also mainly focused about the how westernization, urbanization, and technological growth is impacting the family and the society. So, there is a huge shift from nuclear family. It is reducing in the personal, which means economic dependency is building and declining in social interaction. There is a huge gap between the elderly and the people, and social economic variability. Cities and the villages experience the urbanization very differently. Even changes in the intergenerational interaction struggles for elderly and youth priorities has been carrying forward, and decreasing the interaction. So youth, younger people, one who are less tend to interact with the youth, and nuclear family, if you look at declining the community interaction, so more young generation people grow up without living the grandparents, and raising the nuclear family, uh, and reducing the elderly involvement in early activity, and urban life is also shifting. So that is on top of it, the second psychological impact on the elderly, they are increasing consideration related loneliness and the and worry, losses of the parents, and these are the sort of being continuously hardened emotional burden is also on top side by side there. In the Indian context, if you look at what are the various challenges by the elderly, so after the marriage, right? So there is a huge daughter-in-law and issues have been reported as repeatedly in the studies, and neglect is also so the loneliness which grief and loneliness is also contributing the neglect aspect and the household split. So nuclear family system once settled after the marriage, there is a they want to establish their own family. So these separation, post marriage separation, even the love marriage is reducing their involvement in the sports selection. Earlier, it used to be a more involvement by gender. Here, always discounted in all these domestic, cultural, and social cultural festival, everything. They have been discounting, not taking active part is being noticing in the shift due to the urbanization. So that's been continuously happening. And what are the psychosocial intervention being a psychiatric social worker? How can we deal with these emerging issues? So what are the studies and what evidences I try to put in here? And these are not like landmark study, but there are some evidence which are about CBT, stimulation therapy, especially when they have cognitive related issues. So uh, uh, so then storytelling therapy kind of thing will be using 1 minute. Hello. So there is a okay. I'll just finish quickly. So these are the various evidences in the psychosocial intervention we can focus. So family therapy is part of the like evidences for improving the communication, reducing the caregiver stress, and support emotional well-being. So even for family caregivers, it can be a training program can be conducted, respite care services, helpline services can be utilized. Group therapy will be more uh, so there are some evidences also about the group therapy, how it will be used for the elderly, we can enhance the mental health and the boost coping skills and the enhances the social intelligence system. So and knowledge the technology is also in, it growing so that the social community related intervention also can be long decades with their family also to be strengthened. And these are the lifestyle and holistic intervention can be seen. And the technology-based mobile apps, elderly assistive technology, and telemedicine sort of online counseling also can be incorporated in the psychosocial intervention. So it's not like only one intervention can improve the elderly. So we have to think all biopsychosocial, cultural, so all technological thing can be included so that we can deal their issues. So I will let us think the life by things. And these are my
Thank you, Dr. Nityanand. So you've educated us and our gallery about the issues and areas of elderly challenge that require our immediate attention. And I'm sure it would really benefit our audience today. Thank you so much for your engagement here. Now, before moving ahead with Archana ma'am, can we please have mic check with you so that um, we can ensure there are no technical issues again? Archana. And can you please check your audio once again here so that we can move on? Hello. Okay. Am I audible? Yes, yes. You are. Yes. Before moving ahead, I would like to introduce Professor Archana Kaushik to you, dear all. Ma'am is a professor at the University of Delhi, specializing in social work and aging studies. Her research interests include intergenerational relationships, aging policies, and socio-economic challenges faced by daily living. Professor Kaushik has published extensively on the subject and has been a consultant to various governmental and non-governmental organizations, advising on programs and policies to support the aging population. Ma'am has now joined us online and over to you, ma'am, for the talk.
Thank you very much. Uh, I'm really sorry that I couldn't come offline. This was the second best option to meet you all. Real thanks to Dr. Vivek, Professor Shiva, our principal, dear father, John Keating. I have been to Bhopal earlier and it was really, really wonderful. So I'll just share my presentation and we'll quickly start the session. Um, as such, speaking last is quite challenging as well as very easy. Easy because you don't have much to talk about, much to share, because already many things have been said. Uh, so, is the PPT visible?
Yes, ma'am. You will have to.
I'll do the slideshow. I think uh, it is visible, है ना?
No, ma'am, we are able to see the screen that you've shared, but
Oh. It has been so easy because I have been doing online quite frequently. I don't know. Just a moment. Just give me 1 second. Otherwise, 5 minutes I'll speak as it is without text. No issue about that. I think nurse.
yes, ma'am.
Um, we have been talking about shaping the future of evening. Um, so once again, thank you very much, distinguished guests, my fellow panelists, all the experts, dear students. Um, and it's an absolute honor to be here today and discussing this issue, which is very, very close to my heart. And we have seen that elderly people are considered um, a resource in our country. So, in the we have seen very frequently these changes have come. That right now we are having seminars on elderly because they have become vulnerable. It was totally unheard of some 100 years ago, where elderly in the family, in the community, whatever they say, it would often be a law. So they would make all the decisions, they would enjoy the Israeli status, and gradually things have changed, and now we are encountering what is called population aging. These things have been talked about a lot, but we will quickly touch upon it so that I do not come in between your lunchtime and the session anymore. So I often nowadays when I see mirror, लगता है इतनी बड़ी हो गई because अपना की कोई age नहीं होती, we don't feel being aged inside. So that is the very unique aspect. We are talking about our past, we are talking about our future, and we are talking about our present. So when a person जो बच्चा होता है धीरे बहुत gradually होता है तो पता भी नहीं. So वो जो gradual aspect है ना, that is but maybe creates a challenge for all of us. Uh, तो उसको हमको ध्यान में रखना होगा. Since morning we have been talking about population aging, तो जो एक population pyramid जो था वो अब
ऑलमोस्ट lopsided हो जाएगा for कुछ सालों बाद. So we are going to have 2050 का there will be more grandparents in the country than grandchildren. So also families are becoming incapacitated. जो मुझसे पहले पैनलिस्ट थे उन सबने इस पॉइंट पर टच अपॉन किया है कि families जो है वो के लिए अपना वो जो कैपेसिटी है we are losing that capacity to take care of the elderly. Um, women's participation to common workforce, urbanization, joint families from leading away. बहुत बार ये भी होता है कि शायद अभी भी हमारे सही स्पीकर ने भी इस पॉइंट पर टच किया था कि मतलब जो पेरेंट्स को छोड़कर जाना या जो माइग्रेशन करने घर होता है बहुत बार मैंने देखा है कि हम कभी स्वीपिंग स्टेटमेंट टुगेदर करें यंगर जनरेशन ये तो सुनती ही नहीं है. It's not right. It has become compulsion and it has also given rise to newer forms of taking care of the elderly. तो उसके बारे में हम थोड़ा सा बात करेंगे. वर्क पार्टिसिपेशन रेट चेंज हो रहा है उसके बारे में बात करेंगे. इंडिया में पेक्यूलियर क्या है कि most of the countries, जो वेस्टर्न कंट्रीज हैं, जापान है, स्कैंडिनेवियन कंट्रीज हैं, इन सब में एक लेवल ऑफ इकोनॉमिक डेवलपमेंट पहले आया and then population aging happened. So there was some kind of they were able to bear the burden of population aging. जबकि हमारे कंट्री में population aging has come before तो हमारे लिए चैलेंजेस काफी ज्यादा हैं इन टर्म्स ऑफ केयरिंग फॉर द एल्डरली. तो ये जो पॉपुलेशन एजिंग है उसके कॉन्सिक्वेंसेस जो दिखते हैं उसके रिपरकशंस जो हमको दिखते हैं वी सी इट इन टर्म्स ऑफ इंक्रीजिंग डिपेंडेंसी रेशियो. say 30 साल पहले when I started studying about the elderly people तो एक आर्टिकल पढ़ा था कि three Americans are contributing for one elderly. और आज शायद one American को 3 elderly के लिए contribute करना होगा. So gradually this ratio is increasing. और वो certain level पे एक ageism को जन्म देता है. Social security needs are increasing. आने वाले टाइम में हर एक फैमिली में 2 या 3 जनरेशंस होंगी जिनका हमको ध्यान रखना होगा. And there are sandwich generations. मतलब एक sandwich generation बन रही है हम लोगों की. So we have elderly parents to take care of, maybe grandmom also have to take care of क्योंकि ज्यादातर फेमिनाइजेशन ऑफ एजिंग है और ऑक्टोजेनेरियस जो है वो ज्यादातर लेडीज है. तो ये सिनारियो में सैंडविच जनरेशन द्वारका दिल्ली जहाँ मैं रहती हूँ मेरी फ्लोर में there are 3 flats. I stay in group housing society. So I have हमारे फ्लोर 3 फ्लैट और 2 फ्लैट जो है वो रिटायर्ड एल्डरली के हैं. तो ग्रेजुअली जो हम उस तरफ बढ़ रहे हैं जहाँ पे पूरा फ्लो ओल्ड एज की तरफ जा रहा है धीरे धीरे. एजिज्म बहुत बड़ा ये है क्योंकि जब हम मेडिकल साइंस में लाइफ को एलोंगेट किया लेकिन धीरे धीरे हमारी सोसाइटी जो है वो एज डिफाइंड एज डिनाइंग सोसाइटी बन रही है. हाँ वाइट हेयर एकदम ये है कि नहीं ये तो कुछ बहुत खराब है. सो हाँ कोई धीरे चल रहा है क्या गुरु की तरह चल रहे हो. हाँ तो टेक्नोलॉजी का यूसेज आई नो वन ऑफ माय बुआ माय रिलेटिव तो वो मैसेज टाइप मतलब टाइप कर रही थी और वो मैसेज की जगह मसाज टाइप हो गया कि बहुत छोटे छोटे बटन्स थे नहीं हो रहा. लोगों ने मजाक उड़ाया नाउ शी इज फ्रॉम टाइपिंग ऑन दी ये. तो बहुत सारी ये चीजें होती हैं और इसकी वजह से एजिंग एक्सपीरियंस इज इंक्रीजिंगली बिकमिंग नेगेटिव.
अब चैलेंज ये आता है कि अभी हम 10% ऑफ द पॉपुलेशन इंडिया की है, इंडिया में roughly. और अगर 10% of the population is treated as unproductive, useless, abused, uncared for, spent force करेंगे, तो जब हम 30, 40, 50%, 60% होंगे, तो और इतनी बड़ी पॉपुलेशन को अगर आप अनप्रोडक्टिव मानेंगे, तो is it going to do any progress of any society? नहीं, ये सोशल डेवलपमेंट इश्यू है। तो WHO ने 2002 में एक एक्टिव एजिंग फ्रेमवर्क दिया और उन्होंने कहा कि एक्टिव एजिंग फ्रेमवर्क इसका मतलब इंटीग्रेट ऑल द पॉलिसीज कि ये सोसाइटी जो है वो एजेड लोगों की भी उतनी ही हो जितनी यंगस्टर्स की है। तो वो लग्जरी नहीं है, वो नेसेसिटी है। पॉल वेलेस नाम के सोशल साइंटिस्ट हुए, उन्होंने कहा कि जैसे अर्थक्वेक devastation लेकर आता है, we are moving towards age wave and if we are unprepared, तो वो अर्थक्वेक से भी ज्यादा बड़ी devastation क्राइसिस लेकर आएगा। तो ये सारी चीजें हैं कि हमें एजिंग को एक बर्डन की तरह लेना है या एक ब्लेसिंग की तरह लेना है। और जो ये क्वेश्चन जो आता है वो ये नहीं कि हम कितना लंबा जीते हैं, हाँ, हम कितने पीछे से जीते हैं। तो राजेश खन्ना का वो डायलॉग है ना, जिंदगी लंबी नहीं होनी चाहिए, बड़ी होनी चाहिए। And that is what 1982 the first World Assembly on Aging United Nations ने किया था Vienna में। At that time the tagline was not only adding years to life but also adding life to those years. वो एक एस्पेक्ट है और मैं उसी के बारे में थोड़ा सा बात करूंगी और 2-3 मिनट में। So we have to speak about aging issue. वो एक पैराडाइम शिफ्ट होगा। So we are going to talk about only longevity, but वो जो हेल्थ स्पैन है उसको कैसे बेटर करेंगे? पैसिव एजिंग से प्रोएक्टिव एजिंग की तरफ आना है, फ्रॉम इंडिविजुअल टू सोसाइटल रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी। तो बुरे होने पर बुरे लोगों की रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी नहीं होगी, इट हैज टू बी द रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी ऑफ द एंटायर कम्युनिटी सोसाइटी। 4 पिलर्स के बारे में फटाफट about. And these 4 pillars of healthy, happy, meaningful aging are physical health. बीमार पड़े हैं, बेडरिडन है, तो कोई भी क्वालिटी ऑफ लाइफ नहीं हो पाएगा। And in this regard, prevention has to take over. क्योर तो है ही पार्ट, लेकिन हमको प्रिवेंशन पे बहुत काम करना होगा, क्योंकि क्योर ट्रीटमेंट ये सब कॉस्टली भी बहुत होते हैं और डेफिनेटली उतने इफेक्टिव भी नहीं होते हैं। सो पब्लिक पॉलिसी उन सब में हमको प्रिवेंटिव हेल्थ पे काम करना होगा। मेनी कंट्रीज ऑफ दैट मेंटल हेल्थ प्रॉब्लम्स जो है साइलेंट एपिडेमिक की तरह आ रही है। सोशल इंक्लूजन जरूरी है क्योंकि हमको हम एग्जाम अफोर्ड नहीं कर सकते हैं और लाइफ लॉन्ग लर्निंग और पर्पस होना उस क्वालिटी ऑफ लाइफ को बढ़ाएगा। कुछ चैलेंजेस है मेरे पैनलिस्ट की ऑब्जर्वेटिव सेशन में हुए होंगे, सो आई वुड नॉट गो इनटू द डिटेल्स ऑफ इट, बट जो क्रोनिक डिजीजेस है ना जो मिलियंस ऑफ ओल्डर एडल्ट्स को अफेक्ट करती है, वो सिर्फ क्वालिटी ऑफ लाइफ नहीं बट एक कहते हैं डिसेबिलिटी एडजस्टेड लाइफ ईयर्स, उन सबको भी अफेक्ट करती है। सो वी नीड टू बी हेल्दियर। तो जो WHO का फ्रेमवर्क है, whenever we go and we teach our students, तो आपको प्रिवेंटिव हेल्थ एक्सरसाइज, अच्छा न्यूट्रिशन, you have to start as early as possible. So preparation for old age would not start 50 साल की एज में 55 years. It has to start way beyond the youth को start करते हैं। हाँ, हमारे यहाँ पे हेल्थ केयर बहुत इनएडिक्वेट है। आउट ऑफ roughly 700 डिस्ट्रिक्ट, सिर्फ 17 में गैरिएट्रिक केयर है। or 3% of the Indian population is pushed below poverty line every year because of health expenses. Hospice care ये सब है नहीं, फैमिली के पास लॉन्ग टर्म केयर प्रोवाइड करने के लिए कैपेसिटी ही नहीं है. सो लोग जो फैमिली मेंबर्स है, यंगस्टर्स है, they go out for education, for earning livelihood, और एल्डरली की केयर करने के लिए है ही नहीं है. लोनलीनेस 15 सिगरेट स्मोकिंग पर डे उतना नॉमिनेटेड होता है स्टडीज हैव टोल्ड अस. ये सब चीजें जो है वो एल्डरली के लिए चैलेंज है. इनकम सिक्योरिटी पे आए तो वो बहुत हालत खराब है. 2/3 ऑफ द एल्डरली आर इन नीड ऑफ सोशल असिस्टेंस की गवर्नमेंट डेटा बोल रहा है. 1/3 are below poverty line, 1/3 just above it, so 2/3. Um, I happened to calculate, तो पता चला कि out of these 2/3 जिनको social assistance चाहिए, only 8% are getting. 11.3% elderly are living alone, और ये नंबर बढ़ने वाला है, लेकिन ज्यादा है. रिसर्च स्टडीज बहुत उनके अपने मेथोडोलॉजिकल कंस्ट्रेंट्स होते हैं कि वन पार्ट ऑफ द एल्डरली आर बीइंग यूज्ड बाय देयर केयरगिवर्स. हेल्पेज इंडिया का एवरी ईयर का डेटा अगेन एंड अगेन from this 1/3 of the elderly, और APA अमेरिकन साइकोलॉजिकल एसोसिएशन सेज कि एक जो रिपोर्टेड केस होता है उसके पीछे थोड़ा एक फ्री अनरिपोर्टेड केस जाते हैं. सो दैट टॉक्स की कितना हमारा सिचुएशन खराब है. तनई उसका एक प्रैक्टिस है कि हम लोग बहुत अपने आप को प्राउड फील करते हैं. अरे एस्किमोज में जो अपने एल्डरली को छोड़ के चले जाते हैं, हम तो यहाँ पे वी हैव पितरों का ये डे एंड सेलिब्रेट ओल्ड एज. हम लोग ट्रेडिशनल सोसाइटी में ये है. हाँ, हम बहुत करते भी हैं, लेकिन यहाँ पे मल्टीपल रियलिटीज हैं. तमिलनाडु में एक कल्चरल सिस्टम कराया जिसे सलाइटिकल कहते हैं. दैट मीन्स उसका जो तमिल वो होता है कि ऑयल बाथ, बट इट इज बेसिकली सेंसाइड किलिंग द एल्डरली. तो जब वो यूजलेस हो गया तो उनको मार देने की एक ट्रेडिशनल परंपरा है. उस परंपरा का मॉडर्नाइजेशन हुआ और जब रिपोर्ट हुई तो अब शायद वो बंद है. साइलेंट सुसाइड इसलिए होते हैं क्योंकि मेंटल हेल्थ कंसर्न्स हैं. कोई भी एल्डरली दुखी है तो वो साइलेंट सुसाइड की ओर चले जाते हैं. एंड अनफॉर्चुनेटली इन आवर कंट्री वी हैव हार्डली एनी रिसर्च स्टडीज डन ऑन साइलेंट सुसाइड. तो जब मेडिकलाइजेशन ऑफ हेल्थ हुआ ना तो उसके कारण ओल्ड एज एक बीमारी की तरह ट्रीट हुई और डेथ मेडिकल फ्रेटर्निटी की फेलियर की तरह ट्रीट हुई. तो ये उस वजह से क्या होता है कि देखिए डेथ इज अ रियलिटी. हाँ ना, वी ऑल आर गोइंग टू डाई, बट वो डेथ के साथ जब इतना नेगेटिव कॉनोटेशन जोड़ दिया जाता है, सो फॉर एल्डरली पीपल इट बिकम्स ऑल द मोर डिफिकल्ट. और ये हमने कोविड में बहुत देखा. एंड ऑफ लाइफ केयर हमारी कंट्री में बहुत खराब है. पैलिएटिव केयर डिस्टेंस स्पीकिंग है. इंडिया इज द वर्स्ट कंट्री टू डाई इन पूरे इंटरनेशनल डेटा शो करते. सो मतलब एक पीसफुल डेथ जो कि अगर विष्णु भगवती के उसमें लाइफ को हम इंटरप्रेट भी करें तो डिग्निफाइड डेथ, पीसफुल डेथ इज आल्सो a part of trying to build almost friendship and matchmaking. Very quickly, you know, situation. जापान का केस है और जापान में बिकॉज यहाँ पे भी फैमिली प्रोटेक्टिंग increasingly constrained to take care of their elderly. तो वहाँ पे they have these humanoids जो रोबो हैं, they are taking care of them. और ये बहुत खूबसूरत है, बहुत बढ़िया है. तो इसकी वजह से 30% of the fall among the elderly that have reduced. और जो साइलेंट हार्ट अटैक के केसेस हो जाते थे घर में अकेले रहने वाली गरीब की बड़ी और परेशानियां। So because of AI able to address these issues, रिप्लेसमेंट तो डेफिनेटली नहीं है, वो ह्यूमन रिलेशनशिप की रिप्लेसमेंट नहीं होती है, बट दिस इज द सेकंड बेस्ट दैट कुड हैव बीन डन। एटलीस्ट कोई अनअटेंडेड इन नीड ऑफ केयर नहीं रहेगा। सो टेक्नोलॉजी का वो पॉजिटिव यूसेज जापान ने करके दिखाया है। और एक होता है इंटरनेट ऑफ थिंग्स, वो बड़ा इंटरेस्टिंग है। तो इंटरनेट ऑफ थिंग्स से जैसे अभी हम बहुत सारे टेक्नोलॉजी में ये है कि डिपार्टमेंट से निकल के लाइक बीच उससे पहले मैं थ्रू माय मोबाइल फोन में घर का एसी ऑन कर सकती हूँ कि रूम ठंडा हो जाए। These kind of technologies they are they are very helpful for the elderly। हमारे पास बहुत सारे इस तरह के इंस्ट्रूमेंट्स हैं जो एआई की थ्रू जोड़कर हम बहुत सारे एक्सीडेंट्स रोक पाते हैं। जो और बहुत सारी इश्यूज को हम डील कर पाते हैं। छोटा सा आपको एक इंसिडेंट देती हूँ कि गैस ऑन रहना ओल्ड एज में सेंसेस डिटेरियोरेट, सेंस ऑफ स्मेल आल्सो डिटेरियोरेट। हो सकता है गैस जलाऊं और अपनी तरफ से ऑफ कर दूं और वो ऑफ ना हो। So there are instruments जो टेक्नोलॉजिकली है कि वो बहुत फास्ट को डिटेक्ट करके ऑटो स्विच ऑफ मोड में जाते हैं। देयर हैव बीन डिमेंशिया विलेजेस इन यूएसए, इन स्विट्जरलैंड, जहाँ पर डिमेंशिया एक अगेन इंडिया टॉप्स इन द केसेस ऑफ अल्जाइमर एंड डिमेंशिया डिजीजेस। तो वहाँ सिस्टम ऐसा बनाया है, विलेजेस ऐसा बनाए हैं कि um, जो inhabitants है, anybody having dementia is very much included in this. We need such innovations to be experimented and implemented in India. So there are AI driven tools हैं, ये सारी चीजें हैं। फिलहाल गवर्नमेंट की बहुत सारा गवर्नमेंट ने डिजिटलाइज किया है। दे हैव limitations while keeping for the elderly। So इन सब चीजों से अदर थिंग्स की नेदरलैंड्स में और बहुत सारी जगह जो हाउसिंग एकोमोडेशन along with the student उन्होंने इस तरह से क्लब किया है कि दे दोनों के मतलब दोनों सिम्बियोटिक रिलेशनशिप में रहे। डेफिनेटली यू कैन हैव दीज की हॉस्टल्स की जरूरत नहीं होगी। along with elderly हम अपने स्टूडेंट रहेंगे। adopt a grandparent program और बहुत सारी तरह की इस तरह की इनिशिएटिव्स। रेंट ग्रैंडमा ये साउथ कोरिया में बड़ा इंटरेस्टिंग एक्सपेरिमेंट है क्योंकि ग्रैंडमा ग्रैंडपेरेंट ये सब चीजें जो है दे आर मतलब वो बच्चों को केयर करने में बहुत दे आर कंसिडर्ड कि हाँ दे आर द बेस्ट केयर। तो वहाँ पे ग्रैंड माँ कैन बी देयर ऑन रेंट टू टेक केयर ऑफ योर चिल्ड्रन। डिपॉजिट your time in bank with also Japan में start हुआ था time bank concept। और मैं NIST से बहुत रिक्वेस्ट करती रही हूँ कि why can't we have it in India time bank का concept कि आज मान लो मैं आज यंगस्टर किसी भी एल्डरली को केयर करती हूँ 20 घंटा 40 घंटा 100 घंटा। So when I need that those 100 hours I can give that। So time bank का concept बहुत अच्छा है। चाइना हैज नेशनल यूनिवर्सिटीज जहाँ पे एल्डरली लोगों को बहुत सारे स्किल्स कोर्सेज उनके लिए हैं दे लर्न। सो जब हम एज स्टूडेंट लर्न करते हैं तो वो एजलेस तरीके की होती है। हमारे यहाँ पे इंडिया में बहुत सारे एक्सपेरिमेंट्स हैं। एसएचजी बाय हेरिटेज एल्डर एसएचजी टाइम नहीं है लेकिन मैं आपको बताती इतना ब्यूटीफुल एक्सपेरिमेंट्स है एंड आई हैव यूज्ड दीस elderly self help groups and they are beautiful। So सिल्वर इकोनॉमी बहुत बढ़ रही है और हमको इसकी तरफ ज्यादा से ज्यादा जाना है। we also have digital learning या digital literacy programs by different organizations as well as from government side। फॉर दी एल्डरली सीनियर सिटीजन के लिए ये प्रोग्राम्स हैं। एल्डर लाइन की बात हुई ही है। मेरी पीएचडी का एक बहुत बहुत खूबसूरत जो फाइंडिंग मुझे बहुत खूबसूरत लगती है वो ये है मेरी पीएचडी एल्डरली वुमेन पे थी। और वहाँ की आई सॉ कि वो वुमेन जो अच्छे से एडजस्ट कर पाती हैं, जो जिन बहुओं से भी बहुत अच्छे से कम्युनिकेबल हैं, पास पड़ोस में भी दे आर लाइक वो उनको ऑब्वियसली सिक्योरिटी नहीं होती, उनके साथ एल्डर अब्यूज नहीं होता। एल्डर अब्यूज की जितनी स्टडीज हैं वी हैव कम टू नो कि आपका प्री मॉर्बिड रिलेशनशिप अगर बच्चों से अच्छा है तो जब आप बीमार पड़ेंगे तो अब्यूज के चांस कम होंगे। इसके साथ ही बीमारियां भी कम होती हैं, फिजिकल मॉर्बिडिटी आर रिड्यूस्ड। ये इनिशिएटिव्स इंडिया के हैं। बस इतना ही। और लास्ट में एक छोटी सी स्टोरी आपसे शेयर करना चाहूंगी। अम, तो आपके भोपाल के पास के गांव में रूरल एरिया है वहां पे करीब 100 साल पहले एक आदमी था जो हैट सेलर था। तो हैट पहन और गांव से एक गांव से दूसरे गांव में मतलब हैट बेचा करता था कि धूप बहुत तेज है तो लोग हैट पहन के निकलते थे। तो एक गांव से दूसरे गांव जा रहा था, मई जून का महीना था, बहुत गर्मी लगी तो एक पेड़ के नीचे बैठा और वहां पे खाना खाया, सो गया। उठ के देखा तो उसकी पोटली में कोई भी हैट नहीं। तो ही वाज सरप्राइज कि कहाँ गए सारे हैट। तो फिर उसने ऊपर देखा तो बहुत सारे मंकीज थे। उसको आइडिया आया, उसने अपना हैट उठाया नीचे फेंका और सारे मंकीज ने अपना अपना हैट नीचे फेंक दिया। उसने हैट कलेक्ट किया और वो घर चला गया। उसने अपने पोते को ये स्टोरी सुनाई। काफी सालों बाद उसका पोता भी हैट सेलर बना और वो हैट बेच रहा था। he happens to visit that very area और वो उसी पेड़ के नीचे जाके उसको भी काफी भूख लगी थी, खाना खाया, सो गया वो भी। और सारे हैट जब वो उठा देखा तो हैट गायब है। दादाजी की स्टोरी याद आई। अब वो उसने ऊपर देखा तो मंकीज ने हैट पहने हुए थे। तो दादाजी वाला आइडिया अपनाता हूँ, उसने अपना हैट नीचे फेंका। देखा किसी मंकी ने हैट नीचे नहीं फेंका। फिर वो एक मंकी नीचे आया, उसको चांटा मारा, वो हैट लेके चला गया और बोला कि क्या समझते हो तुम्हारी दादा है। सो वी ऑल नीड elderly. Every species needs elderly people. Let's respect them. Thank you so very much.
Thank you so much, ma'am. The concept of population aging comes before us in complex realities. And thank you, ma'am, for imparting our gathering with the concept, with the knowledge of concepts related to the aging and the nuances related to it. So we thank you again, ma'am. Although you couldn't be with us physically and Kevin as well, both of you couldn't be with us physically, but then again, we are deeply indebted to you and grateful to you for the knowledge that you give it to us. Thank you so much again. Wrinkles should merely indicate where smiles happen. The idea of old age in a nation, how beautifully expressed by a young novelist, today is a step towards it. Now, dear all, we are moving towards the official felicitation of our expert speakers. And with this, I would now request Dr. Shiva Joseph to present a humble token of gratitude to Mrs. Sarikare. Thank you so much, ma'am. Your presence with us has been really inspiring. We thank you again for you. Ladies and gentlemen, as we approach towards the end of this Q&A session, I now request Professor Shiva Joseph to please present a formal vote of thanks.
Thank you, Bimani. I'm not, although I'm very prepared for a comprehensive vote of thanks, but there is no point because butterflies in the stomach and we are running short of time. Now, I would like to thank Poonam ma'am for expressing her thoughts on intergenerational aspects and social inclusivity. Thank you very much, ma'am. In absentia, ma'am, as a train at 3 o'clock, so she left the venue.
Thank you, ma'am, on behalf of the SSS family. And we also got excellent insights from Sanskriti Khare ma'am from Helpage India. She's the state head. Of course, I mean, they are pioneers in doing research in the area of aging population or geriatry. This part or this geriatry is very close to my heart, and I love this topic ever since I was a child. I become candid and I can speak flawlessly about the old age population, my experiences with old age population, but the time will never permit me to do that right now. So, ma'am, thank you so very much for your gracious presence and making this deliberation very meaningful on behalf of our department as well as the Bhopal School of Social Sciences. Kindly accept our sincere gratitude. Thank you, ma'am. And Amir sir also from Rajya Niti Ayog. Thank you for his presence. Anyway, without his cooperation, this would have never been possible. This conference itself is the outcome of a policy dialogue. When I happened to attend that policy dialogue, after that, we felt there is a need to discuss that in the campus. So that is how this very proposal was formulated and submitted to FD R&D. And sir was instrumental in guiding us how to go ahead with this and everything to plan out things in a very meticulous way, just like as per the government protocols. So, on behalf of the department, I extend a heartfelt gratitude to him as well. And we had Nityanand sir from NIMHR. We met when we had an exposure visit there at Seaboard. It was a wonderful exchange of ideas. And today also he spoke a lot about family dynamics and the need of family support when it comes to the elderly care. So thank you so very much for joining us on board today. On behalf of the department and the institution, kindly accept our heartfelt gratitude. Thank you so much, sir. We look forward to have a very long association with you and your institution. And Ma'am Archana, she is one of my favorite teachers. Ma'am was very receptive when I sent this invitation, and Ma'am, this is her forte. N number of papers, like numerous papers have been published in the area of geriatry from Ma'am's side, and she's one of the best choice that we got today to speak about geriatric care and what are the challenges, what solutions. Because from her research itself, Ma'am has come out with very good suggestions. I mean, all the panelists have given their best today. Ma'am, thank you very much for joining online. I know after a PhD, Baiwa ma'am has joined us for the session. Ma'am, on behalf of the department and also the institution, thank you so much. And we again look forward to meet you soon and also for a very long association. So now it's time to thank the audience. Thank you so much, those who have stayed back till here. I know you might be interested to know because we are also in that path of aging. Tomorrow we will also reach that 60 plus group and what are the challenges that we are going to face as well as what are the problems right now the elderly are facing. All these are very, very important to deliberate. And you all have given your precious time and listened to the valuable talks of all the expert speakers today. So thank you so much. Thank you very much, Himali, for taking care of the MC part. One important announcement before concluding this. We have the online tracks. We will start the online tracks on time, that is sharp 2:30. And the offline tracks, we will start by 2:40. I have already dropped the message. So by 2:30, 2:40, please complete your lunch and come back those who are offline presenters here. So this is the venue for the offline track. So thank you. Thank you so much, one and all. Thank you so much, madam. Have a very good lunch. Enjoy the lunch and please come back soon. Thank you.
She was very because I think she was also being something like other young and gratitude. It was so nice. So also, she put that you teach that your guidance to use of thank you, ma'am. I was I already get you and already for your patient and now wait for the next part how to work with it on to deliver it.
ठीक है चलो मैं करता हूँ चलो मुझे याद दिला दो जैसे मैं चालू ना हो गया आ जाइए यार ये निकला ये दो है उधर दो दो थोड़ी चाहिए ना हाँ दो ठीक है
Good evening, everyone. Before Good evening, everyone. Before we proceed to the valedictory session, I would like to request our Father Johnny to please come on the stage to do the honors to our esteemed guest today. I would like you to come and felicitate Mr. Avaya Shankar, Ms. Sunita Soni, and Ms. Prashansa Dikshit from Madhya Pradesh Rajniti Ayog by giving them a memento of appreciation, please. I request Mr. Abhay Shankar sir to please come on the stage and please give him a round of applause, please. I request Ms. Sumita Soni to come on the stage. Please give her a round of applause, everyone. She was the wonderful chairperson on the track. So please give her a round of applause. Lastly, I would like to call Ms. Prashansa Dikshit now for her all the efforts for us. Please give her a round of applause. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Good evening, esteemed guests, respected dignitaries, faculty members, dear participants, and everyone joining us here today. It has been an enriched day at the one day conference on shaping the future of aging, challenges,
solutions, and opportunities in the aging world. As we move towards the valedictory session, let us take a moment to appreciate the invaluable insights, thought provoking discussions, and impactful exchanges that have taken place throughout the day. I am Mansa Pawar, your host for this session, and it is my privilege to guide you through the proceedings of this closing ceremony. Before we move forward, I would like to request Father Johnny Paladin, Dean Academics of the department and the college, to come here and facilitate the closing ceremony. I request you, Father, to please come and give us your meaningful words towards the closing ceremony. Please give him a round of applause, everyone.
Respected Judy, all the faculty members, guests, panelists, chairperson of the different tracks, and all my dear students and all the participants. I'm sure it was a wonderful day, reflecting, discussing, debating on different issues, particularly the challenges that aging people face, and what are the solutions, possible solutions, and then the opportunities that are presented to them. I'm sure we had a wonderful time, particularly all the participants, taking the best out of our resource persons, the expertise that they have, the experiences that they have gone through, and it will help all of you, I'm sure, all the participants, as we grow in age, as we grow old. I'm sure it will help all of us to face the challenges, hardships that accompany the elderly. So today I'm very sure it will help all of you, not only for your own personal life, but then family members, institutions where you work, you can help the elderly people to face these challenges and hardships. The day's program has been planned since a long time with Shiva Ma'am and all the members of the social work departments, inviting, looking for different guests, inviting them, sending them the invitation on time, and making sure that they are here for this function, and then taking care of all the logistics and arrangements here in this seminar hall and different places where we have the tracks and paper presentations. A word of appreciation to all of you, dear teachers, guests, families, and all the paper presenters. It's still going on. It's not over. Some are still presenting their papers online. So I wish to express my word of gratitude and appreciation to all of them. I'm sure you'll combine all these papers and come out with a possible book or something like that to be released sooner than later. Thanks to all the panelists, all the guests for spending your time, the whole day with us. I know you're all busy with the different activities and different program, but then your time here spent at BSSS will enrich not only you, but all the members of these institutions. Thank you, and all the very best to all of you.
Thank you so much, Father, for your encouraging words and for setting the tone for this ceremony. The discussions and deliberations today have brought forward significant learnings and outcomes. To give us a brief overview, I would like to invite Mr. Piyush Porwal, Assistant Professor, the Department of Social Work, BSSS, to give the audience the outcome session for this conference. Please give him a round of applause.
Will you give to one more present here? Dr. Father Global Caritas, dignitaries, so the Department of Social Work faculties, and other dignitaries and NGO representatives, and my dear students. The one-day conference on shaping the future of aging, challenges, solutions, and opportunities in an aging world. The conference is successfully completed, I would say, because any conference has some basic objectives such as knowledge exchange, networking, and collaboration. And as we see that there is Madhya Pradesh Rajniti Ayog with us, who is collaborating with us, and we have also invited NGO partners like HealthAid and other NGOs. So we got this opportunity and platform, and we network and different dignitaries also focus and emphasize that we will work together. And I will also explain a little bit about that what our dignitaries have said for the conference. Before that, I would like to show some statistics related to the conference. Overall, in a very short span of time, we got 372 registrations in that conference, and out of these 372 registrations, two academicians registered for offline and 80 for online. NGO representatives offline was 6 and practitioners online was 2 and offline was 1. Research scholars offline presented their papers are 6 and online 43. And students offline attended 65 and offline 65 and online 166. So these are the 372 registrations from around 16 states in our country. The, the presenters from track 1 was 26 for track 1B because most of the, this is very interesting to see that our first team got almost 50% of the papers. And that is how we can get to an energy society. This shows that now people are being alert in doing research on health and well-being and they are emphasizing it. So it is very good to see this. Other than this, we were having different other tracks like track 2, economic sustainability and aging workforce, track 3, sustainability and aging, track 4, social inclusion and intergenerational engagement, track 5, technology, innovation in aging, track 6, policy and governance for an aging population, track 7, mental health and cognitive care, and track 8, silver economy. And in all these tracks, overall we got 111 full papers, manuscripts, out of which 94 presented online and 4 offline. In the beginning of the conference, other principals focused on the methods to, to research on the methods and finding out some methods which can be important for us to engage with elderly population, as it is about 10.5% of the total population in India, as per the 2011 census. The principal secretary, Ms. Sonali, will also emphasize that there is the need for changes in the policy and its implementation. Dr. Ritik J. Gandhe, sir, who is HOD from Department of Social Work, very well emphasize the two pyramids, a very unique idea that there is a value pyramid and there is a population pyramid which is changing. So we need to focus, and I think maybe sir will present a paper or something on this in the future. The very interesting presentation was from Abraham Francis sir from Australia, and he also emphasized many themes in open like ecology of care, care economy, and very important paid care work and unpaid care work. And we in India, as the population of aging is increasing in India, we also need to think about paid care work in India. And he also emphasized that social entrepreneurs, not only social workers, we need to, be, but we can also become social entrepreneurs and create some, techno hidden initiatives for this aging population.
And right now we are only expending less than 1% of the total GDP on this aging population. And we need to definitely increase this in the near future. And they have also given us some, books to read. You know? And there is, I have also read one of the concept of blue zones. Blue zones in the world. They are living more than 100 years. And what they follow, there are some things which we can also follow to live a long and happy life. Some things are plant-based diets. We need to follow plant-based diets more. Another one is moderate caloric intake. The third one is social connection and connectivity. Number four, purpose and meaning. And our PS madam also emphasized on Ikigai concept. Then exercise as a part of daily life and getting enough sleep. These are very small things, but we compromise often with these things. And if you don't compromise it, if you follow it, we will definitely have a very long life. So with this, the I think this conference was highly successful. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Piyush sir, for summarizing this event so beautifully. Moving forward, we would now love to hear from our participants. Participants are welcome to share their thoughts and experiences about this conference. For this, I would like to invite Ms. Manvi Bharadwaj from the Delhi School of Social Work to share her insights and experiences about this conference. Please give her a round of applause, everyone. Hello everyone. I am Manvi Bhardwaj from DSSW Delhi University, and it was a wonderful experience today for my co-presenter and me at the conference here. Since the morning, we had the amazing opportunity to attend sessions by Father John, IS Madam Sonali, Professor Ibrahim, the plenary session by Dr. Gulia, Professor Kaushik, Mr. Amya Shankar, Dr. Nityanand, and Khareman from Heritage India. It was a wonderful experience to present our paper and also get to listen intriguing presentations on various topics by all the presenters and participants. And in our presentation, we had a line that uh, India's policy towards aging should not be reactionary but visionary. And by this, I would like to thank and also congratulate Department of Social Work, Bhopal School of Social Sciences, for successfully organizing this conference on shaping the future of aging. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Manvi. Now the stage is open for the participants, and if anybody else would like to share something about the conference can also come and share. Uh, if not, then we'll move forward. Now, to extend our gratitude to everyone who made this conference a grand success, I would like to invite Dr. Richie Simon, Assistant Professor, Department of Social Work, BSSS, for the vote of thanks. Please give her a round of applause. Congratulations you now.
Thank you, Mansa. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. I am Dr. Reggie Simon, Assistant Professor from the Department of Social Work, and it's my privilege to extend a vote of thanks this evening. As the saying goes, all good things come to an end, and so does this remarkable conference. But what truly remains with us are the impressions and the lived experiences that we carry forward. I believe that each one of us has gained significant insights and connections that will stay with us for a lifetime. At the outset, I express my gratitude to God Almighty for guiding us in successfully planning and executing this conference. A heartfelt thanks to our esteemed chief guest, Madam Sonali Vamshe IAS for gracing the occasion with her presence and wisdom. Her presence and inspiring words have enriched us all. Sincere thanks to Sri Rishikar, IAS, and the members of Madhya Pradesh Rajya Niti Ayog for their remarkable and invaluable direction and support. I extend my sincere appreciation to our keynote speaker, Professor Abraham Francis, who joined us all the way from Australia, adding a rich flavor to all our efforts, who also proposed the idea of opening a research lab to ensure the welfare of older population. The expert speakers for the plenary session, Dr. Poonam Gularia, Professor Dr. Archana Kaushik, Mr. Amya Shankar, Dr. Nityanand Murthy, and Ms. Sanskriti Khare for sharing their invaluable insights, experiences, and expertise. I am deeply grateful to our guiding pillars at BSSS, Dr. Father John P.J., Principal, Dr. Sister Sonia Kurian, Vice Principal, and Father Tommy Panathas, Dean of Academics, for their steadfast encouragement, support, and guidance. A special thanks to all the chairpersons and co-chairpersons who moderated the various conference tracks, both online and offline, ensuring meaningful discussions. This conference was made possible by the vision and leadership of Professor Shiva Joseph, whose idea and dedication brought it to life. A big thank you to Dr. Ritvik Gandhi, Associate Professor and Head Departmental Social Work, for steering the conference with commitment and excellence. I also extend my appreciation to all faculty in charges handling various tracks online and offline. Professor Shiva Joseph, Mr. Piyush Borwa, Ms. Stella Elsa Samble, Ms. Akansha Yadav, and Mr. Ram Narayan Vishwakarma for their relentless efforts. A special mention to Mr. Vineet Shaji for his exceptional coordination of stay, refreshment, and travel arrangements, ensuring a smooth experience for all our guests. A heartfelt thanks to our dedicated team of student volunteers led by Ms. Himani Sahu, President of the Professional Social Work Student Association, for their tireless support in managing the entire show. Special appreciation and congratulations to all our MCs and rapporteurs for their dedication and support. Our sincere gratitude to Mr. Atul Vishwakarma and his social media team, supported by Dr. Manju Mehta, PRO, for capturing the essence of this conference so beautifully. Big thanks to Mr. Yogesh Pandit and Mr. Sandeep Chaturvedi for their assistance. A special thanks to Mr. Eugene D'Souza for his invaluable technical support. I would also like to make a special mention to the support staff and finance department who were all serving and supporting behind the scenes. Additionally, I would like to acknowledge the dedicated efforts of our various committees who worked day in and day out to ensure success of the conference, starting with the Hospitality Committee for their warm and gracious assistance, Refreshment Committee for ensuring seamless arrangement for food and beverages, Venue Arrangement Committee for setting up a comfortable and professional space, Registration Committee for efficiently handling the registration process, Track Coordination Committee for their diligent management of the sessions, Rapporteur and Press Note Committee for meticulously documenting the discussions, Social Media Handling Team for keeping everyone updated and engaged online, and Feedback Committee for gathering valuable insights to help us improve future events. Last, but certainly not the least, a heartfelt thank you to all the participants from across India. We are pleased to share that there were around 370 participants who joined us for the conference. Your active engagement and valuable contributions have truly enriched this experience. As we conclude, let us carry forward the knowledge, collaborations, and inspirations we have gained today. Thank you all once again, and wishing you a wonderful evening ahead. Thank you so much, Dr. Ritchie.
Now I would like to call our esteemed guest, Mr. Abhya Shankar Sir, Senior Consultant, Madhya Pradesh Rajya Niti Ayog, to address the gathering with his valuable words. Please give him a round of applause.
Thank you. I would like to take only 3 minutes. Um, I would like to thanks because since the beginning I involved in this event, and it is a great successful event. So first of all, I would like to convey my sincere gratitude and thanks to Father and team, and apart from that, uh, Dr. Shiva, who was coordinating with me since the beginning. I would like to thanks Sonali, Ma'am, Principal Secretary, Department of Social Justice and Empowerment, because I know and I regularly updating Dr. Shiva about her engagement. Even today, from here, बीच में भाषण छोड़ना मतलब बीच में उन्होंने अपनी बात छोड़नी पड़ी और 20 मिनट के लिए उनको कोर्ट केस अटेंड करना पड़ा। आई वाज आल्सो देयर इन कोर्ट केस, सो ऑनलाइन यहीं से उन्होंने ज्वाइन किया और शी इज वेरी हम्बल। और मतलब इवन कल करीब रात में मैंने 11 बजे मैसेज किया उनको, तो उनका मैसेज आया कि डिप्टी डायरेक्टर जो ओल्ड एज सेक्शन को आपने इनवाइट किया कि नहीं। तो मैंने उनको कॉल किया, उन्होंने फोन नहीं उठाया। आई इमीडिएटली रिवर्ट कि मैम बात नहीं हो पाई, आई विल कॉल हर अगेन इन द मॉर्निंग। और पहले ही मैंने डॉक्टर शिवा को भी मैसेज किया कि उनको एक फॉर्मल इन्विटेशन आप भेज दें और वी एंश्योर हर पार्टिसिपेशन। तो मैंने कहा ओके, सवेरे 6 बजे होके आ गया। रात में मैंने उनको 11 बजे मैसेज किया, सवेरे 6 बजे होके आ गया। तो शी इज वेरी कीन, शी ऑलवेज पार्टिसिपेट, शी ऑलवेज प्रमोट such kind of activity. So I am very thankful to Sonali ma'am, Principal Secretary, Department of Social Justice and Empowerment. Apart from that, I would like to convey my sincere uh, thanks to my colleagues Kumar, Ratan, Prashansha Dixit, and Smita Soni, who beautifully contributed in this event. I really appreciate their contribution. Thanks once again. Thanks to all.
Thank you so much, sir. As we conclude this remarkable conference, I want to thank each one of you for your active participation, insightful discussion, and unwavering enthusiasm. Let us continue to work together towards shaping a better future for aging populations worldwide. Thank you so much, everyone. Moving on, I have a few announcements to make. First, all the paper presenters will come here with all the dignitaries for a group photo. So I would request all the dignitaries to please come on the stage for a group photo with the presenters. Later, one announcement for the participants and presenters is that your certificates will be provided to you later through the post. So please give our dignitaries a round of applause as they come on the stage for the group photo. And all the presenters also please join in. Uh, and after the presenters, we have a group photo with the participants. After the group photo, I require all the people from the Department of Social Work, DSS, to just stay back for a few minutes. We have a departmental photograph as well.
all सब लोग आ जाओ, हम सोनाली all